All right. Okay. I've got my hot chocolate. I've got a brownie, and I'm ready to dive into organizing all of these journals. And this is going to be a little bit of a marathon, a little bit of a different show. It's not quite a nature journal show episode, but most of these are nature journals. I have around 40 that I would consider nature journals, and then I have some other ones. And I'm going to go through and try to organize all of them, because right now it is so confusing to find. If I want to find Tanzania, for example, it's kind of a pain in the butt, and I have a system where I put the date in the beginning. But if I want to find a specific journal or a specific journal page, right now it is not very easy. So I'm going to go through all of these and try to organize them and come up with some tips that you can use for how to nature journal better. I also have my document camera here ready, so I'll definitely be doing some page flips, flip throughs, and it's going to be an interesting episode because it's going to be sort of a marathon episode. You can join in and at any time, and I will be doing some flip throughs, showing you pages from different nature journals, such as this one from my Tanzania safari. And then I will be the whole time organizing and trying to come up with a system. And it's going to be really interesting to see what's possible over here. I have a whole bunch of journals. It's going to be kind of crazy. I might have to cover the floor in journals as I get everything organized. And just to give you an idea of my shelf here, these are all Stillman and Byrne journals. And I've been using this type for quite some time. I think the first one I got was in 2014. And I will even get into some of my older journals that I have never shared before, such as these. These are ones that I did a little bit of experimenting with binding my own journals. This is when I was living in a hut in Costa Rica. Oh, you didn't know that I lived in a hut in Costa Rica? Well, now you do. And I did very different journaling back then. This was before I knew about nature journaling. And I'm going to try to organize these, organize all of them on this shelf. And I've got to come up with a better system so that I can actually find journals when I need to. So without further ado, I'm going to dive into it. And I'm going to set up a camera to do a time lapse. And I'm going to do that right now on this other camera here. Let's get that in position. I see that Nature Sketches is here. Hi, Anita. Good to see you again. And so this is going to be a long episode. It's going to be sort of a marathon. That I've got my brownie here. I've got hot chocolate. I've got my document camera set up. So if there's any of these journals, as I'm going through them and organizing them, that you want to see, I also have my moleskins down there, some of my travel journals, and these are these scrolls that I use for planning. I've got some new journals, and I've got some secret journals here that I might have to share. Over here I have journals that I use just for sort of like more work stuff, less artistic stuff. I have this folder I use for inspiration, visual inspiration sources there. I'm going to talk about that. And I have secret announcements. Hi, Mary E. from North Carolina. I have some secret announcements that I'm going to make today. One of them has to do with, this is a hint. I'm not going to tell you what this hint is, but there are some special announcements today. Hi, Sabrina. Oh, Sabrina from Germany. It sounds like it's cold and snowy over there. Thanks for joining in. I'm glad this worked better for your timing than the nighttime show, so that's great. And I'm going to get started. I'm going to start laying out journals here on the floor, and one of the things I'm going to do is talk about different organizational systems. So currently what I've been doing is I've just been putting them from oldest on this side going to newest, and you might have seen my video where I talk about my preferred type of journal, but I do like spiral bound, okay? But one problem with spiral bound is you can't write anything on this part, on the spine. And if you've seen a lot of other books, obviously there's a benefit to being able to write on the spine, and that is you can see what the book is when it's on the shelf. Now, on my shelf that I built, I could potentially almost fit my books in that way, but I can't write anything here. So that makes it challenging to put a way for reading them easily. I have tried writing on this part, on the paper here, but when I do that, it ends up, I've found, sometimes messing up the interior pages. So I'm not going to try to use that system. I'm going to actually use some tips that Evea shared yesterday or the day before yesterday. I think it was Saturday. So it's been a few days, but Evea Moore shared some ideas about how to write on the front and use that as a system for finding your journals. Because right now I have to open up the journal and look at the front page, and from there find out which journal it is. So I'm going to work on a system, and I'm going to use one of these paint pens. I have a couple here. These are examples of markers that you can use to write on the covers of your journals. I think I'm going to use this silver one here. I also have a version of this silver that is in a sharper point. And with those, I will write on the covers, and hopefully by writing on the covers, I will be able to find the journal I need more quickly. So it's 8 p.m. in Germany and -7 degrees Celsius. That sounds cold. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start taking these out in order. So let's see, because I think they're somewhat in order so far, and start counting them out. Okay, so, ooh, they're all disorganized, I can tell already. Okay, so this is 2013, let's see, that is October 2013 through February of 2014. And then this one is February of 2014 through March of 2014. I'm going to start laying them out on the floor here. Maybe I'll make this so you can see the floor even more. Let me know if you want to see if there's any of these journals that you want to see more of. I can go more into depth, but first I'm going to just start creating a system for getting them all in order by date. And this is March 2014 through May 2014. I filled this one pretty quickly. This is one of my very first nature journals. So just to give you an idea of some of the early nature journal pages that I was doing. And this is when I first found out about John Muir laws. You can see my watercolors are really pale. I was using brush pens then. I was also sort of doing a little bit of sketchnoting, and I was really interested in making books at that time. I was really interested in making sort of like educational comic books. This was before I really knew what I wanted to do with my life, but I was starting to figure it out a little bit. Look at how I used color as well. I think it's kind of interesting. I used a lot of watercolor washes to sort of focus on, I mean, just even, this is just writing about notes. And this is, I was recording my dreams a lot at that time. And I was doing a lot of sketching of just anything I saw. So this was like a period where I was being pretty courageous in my nature journaling and just sketching everything. This is at a primitive skills gathering where I was learning about tracking and taking some different workshops. You can also see I was doing some design stuff. This was ideas that I had about my nature journal bag. So this is the Patagonia bag that I use for nature journaling, and I was analyzing it. But you can also see that my use of graphite is not ideal. It's harder to read my text. I think my current text is better. So it's good every once in a while. Also, look, my lettering was not that great, I don't think. But it's good to look back at your old stuff. Look at my landscapitos. Check out how my values are pretty much almost I mean, I have some darks, but look at my values in this. You can see that my landscapitos have definitely improved since this time. I was experimenting a lot with color in this sketchbook. So this is one of my earliest. I do a lot of this kind of figuring out of my life and my life's work. Gosh, if I start reading some of this, I'm going to go down memory lane. But this is just me trying to figure out, what I wanted to do with my life at this time, and this is before I moved to where I'm living now, and I was really, it's so interesting to look at. I'm not going to go down memory lane completely right now because that will be super distracting. I'm going to try to keep it a little bit focused here. Okay, one other thing though, let me show you a couple pages from this journal, which is my very first Stillman and Byrne journal. Stillman and Byrne is the type of sketchbook that I use exclusively now. Stillman and Byrne, if you're watching, you should sponsor me. Look how many of your journals I've bought, and they're like $20 each. I don't even want to think of how much money I've spent on Stillman and Byrne journals, but you guys should sponsor me and also don't change your paper. I have this feeling that your paper has gotten a little bit less quality in the last book that I bought, and that's really disappointing. So please don't change your paper because that would be a travesty. So let's check this one out. This is an interesting one. This is my very first Stillman and Byrne. I decided to get this sketchbook. It's like when I bought it at the art store, they said like, oh, this sketchbook has the fanciest, the nicest paper, and I don't know why I decided I needed the nicest paper, but I got it. And I like the just kind of black cover and the simple look. But I was super into math and nature at this time, and I was reading this cool book that talked a lot about it. And you can see here it talks a lot about shape. So like the hexagon, and what is the hexagon in nature, and why is the hexagon significant? So for example, the hexagon is significant because in terms of how much surface area to volume it contains, it's the closest thing to a circle in terms of the least amount of surface area to volume that is able to tessellate. So tessellate is when like bubbles or honeycomb can fit together. The shape can fit together without any spaces in between. And so that is why a honeycomb is hexagonal. And here's a cool little bit of information that I put down, but 1.5 ounces of wax can hold 4 pounds of honey. So this hexagon is a super powerful shape, and it's also the shape of the vitamin C molecule and all this other stuff. But I got really into this for a while and was doing a lot of stuff related to that in my nature journal. And here's another really funny thing. I was a little bit more eclectic in my journals at this time. But you can see here, I have this funny quote, always be interested in interesting things. That's a Marley Peifer quote right there. And I was doing a lot of sort of more, you can see here, more figurative stuff and just fun stuff in my nature journal. I think I was sick and stuck in bed for a while when I was doing this art. And I was looking at a lot of Samurai Jack, which is a cartoon. You can see here I have some of my personal journaling. If you've been following me for a while, you know that I have my own script that I use. So this is probably stuff about my like whole emotional process. I was experimenting with cartooning. Here's a little nature cartoon that I did, experimenting with. It's about a hawk eating a bunny. That's funny. The bunny's friend gets eaten by the hawk. Something that I continue to experiment with to this day. But you can see my journals were very different back then. A lot more of this kind of artwork with ink. And this is marker, something that I don't use anymore. So this is before I actually knew about watercolor, and I was still using marker and ink a lot. And look at this. This is sort of the beginnings of my nature journaling. I'm trying to sketch these mushrooms and compare this one, which is edible, to its poisonous lookalike. And you can see I'm experimenting a lot with sort of ink, graphite, a little bit of, is that watercolor? The beginnings of watercolor, and sort of like cross hatching and stuff in here. And this is, like I said, my very first, I would consider this my very first nature journal. I'm still combining a lot of my sort of personal, what I would call mindset journaling with nature journaling, practicing some different stuff here, really experimental in this sketchbook, having a lot of ideas about what are the things that I want to go into further. What are the things that I want? This is when I was working on concepts for my tracking book. Some of you may be familiar with it, but this is the origin of it. I ended up writing a children's book about tracking because I think animal tracking is such an important nature skill. Definitely doing some different studies here. Oh, it looks like my hot chocolate is forming sort of like a weird layer on top. Okay, so anyways, this gives you an idea of where I was at in 2013 with my sketchbooks and my nature journals. Oh, this is so cool. This is an example of one of my oldest landscape drawings. You can see I didn't know about Landscapitos. I tried to fill in the whole page, and I'm using colored pencil. It was was this at sunset? This wasn't at sunset. This was in Santa Cruz. It was on my way to visit the graduate program in science illustration that I was thinking of applying to. That's how I met John Muir Laws in the first place. Let me get this document camera a little bit more set up here. I need a better document camera, I think. Oh, brownie. Not time for the brownie yet. So this is one of my early Landscapitos in colored pencil. Definitely has a lot of issues, especially with value. Look at how this whole foreground in the sand is almost the same color as the sky. That's a problem. But shortly after this, I met John Muir Laws. Here's some early examples of me really nature journaling. This is at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, right after I visited that science illustration program at CSU Monterey Bay. And this is the bluefin tunas, and I was nature journaling with bluefin tunas. Shortly after this, I visited John Muir Laws, met John Muir Laws for the first time, and he gave me a bunch of tips for nature journaling and science illustration. He looked at my portfolio, and I probably have some information in here about first meeting him. Here is another terrible landscape that I did. Classic beginner mistakes. I tried to paint, or in this case, colored pencil, a sunset. If you watch my video on how to do a Landscapeito, I recommend not starting with sunsets. They're very challenging. You can see I have major issues here with value. See how dark this is and how the foreground is much lighter. Having the foreground be a lot lighter messes up the depth of field. Anyway, so that gives you a bit of ideas. Oh, here's some stuff that John Muir Laws actually wrote in my journal when he was giving me some ideas. I don't even remember. Oh, this was about Landscapitos. He was telling me about how it's exponentially, when you increase the size of your landscape painting, it's exponentially more work than if you just do one this size, and the importance of that. So that's kind of cool that he wrote that in my journal. And anyways, this is my very first one. You can see here that I got his book about drawing birds. You've probably seen that book by John Muir Laws, and I started practicing some of his techniques there with a brush pen. That was a cool brush pen that I had for a while. And this is my first journal. So first sketchbook of this type, I should say. So I'm going to switch back to the other camera and get back into the organizational part and keep on organizing. But that gives you an idea of my first, basically what I would consider my first nature journal, the first sketchbook that I had knowing about nature journaling. So what I think I'm going to do now is I'm going to get my silver colored paint pen, and maybe I could have a system with dates, but I think also having some type of numbers, or saying like maybe this could be number 1, even though I have some journals there that are older. They're from before I really knew about nature journaling. So I liked how Ivea puts names based on the constellations on all of her journals, and that helps her find things better. Humans remember names better than we remember numbers. So I'm going to put some information on here that will help me remember this one, and then I'm going to get back into the organizing. My hot chocolate is still too hot, or it's like plugged up or something, because I boiled the milk, and let's see here, what's going on. Hot chocolate. I went for a surf early this morning, so I got all warmed up and excited for making this video with all of you. So I'm going to switch back to this camera and show you how I do the cover. And I think, yeah, so just follow along. Put the dates. So this system on the inside cover is not really working for me. And gosh, what would be the best way to keep this simple? 1013. Part of me wants to take out the date and just put the day and just put the month and the year. That's probably enough information. And I'll say like number 1 maybe. And let's see, these are all going to go on my shelf. So I think this top corner should be the most simple information here. That will be most visible. So let's see, 1013 to 214. And technically I should test this out on regular paper first. With these kind of paint pens, you always want to, ooh, it looks like it's kind of running out of ink. That's not good. You always want to test on regular paper. Oh, that one's running out. Now I have to try this one. There we go. Gonna use that one. Okay, 1013. I'm gonna use slashes instead of dots. 1013. Arrow. 214. Okay, so that gives me my date range. And then maybe I'll just like to give me a little bit of context. I mean, I could potentially almost do like an index on the front cover, or like a table of contents, or just like sketch noting somehow some of the most important themes that came up during this time. But I think what I'm going to just do is maybe if I just write number 1, that will give me enough. That will give my brain enough of a sort of a bookmark to help me remember like what's in here. So having sort of a scaffolding for your memory, I think can really help. All right, so number 1, and then maybe I'll write nature journal, because it's the beginning of my nature journaling. I have older journals, but this is my first nature journal. First learned about nature journaling. Maybe I'll write JML, because it's when I first learned about John Muir Laws. I'm going to write CSUMB, which is the California State University at Monterey Bay. That's the science illustration. So these are just sort of like these notes that will help me remember what this one is all about. And one other thing is I'll write the place where I was living. I was living at a place called Polcom Springs, very rural. This book, I think I was living, I had off the grid. I had running water. Did I have running water? Yeah, I had running water, but it was very, very primitive living situation, off the grid, and sort of like a period when I was figuring out my life. So these notes right here will be in this top corner, and this will help me when I see this book remember. So I'm going to go ahead and just stick this one right in here. This ink is probably still a little bit wet, but I'm just going to go ahead and stick this one right in here next to all these Costa Rica ones. And these Costa Rica ones, I'm not even going to get into these that much right now. I was not really nature journaling at this time. I have some nature sketches, but I'm just going to put those ones and all of the ones before. These are ones from like Amsterdam and all kinds of places from when I was like in college. So I'm just going to start with this one and put it here. Okay, and then now that was 10:13 to 2:14. Next one starts at 2:25. So I'm going to follow a similar format with this one and write the date here in this top left corner. Oh shoot, no, I don't care about 2:25. I care about I'm skipping the I'm not going to write the date. I'm not going to write the day. I'm just going to write 2:14, the year, the month, and the year. 2:14. So consistency is really important. 2:14 to, especially because with dates, people in different parts of the world do them differently. It's kind of confusing. If I really wanted to be clear, I would write out 2014 to March 14th. And then I'm going to write number 2. Is this number 2? This is definitely number 2. Oh my gosh, there's some funny stuff in here. I was really into tracking. I actually have some pretty good nature journal pages in here that I'm going to have to show you. Number 2. It would be cool if I came up with some more creative names besides just number 2. For example, like what Ivea has been doing. She said that she, comes up with these names based on the constellations, and that seems like a really smart idea because humans remember names. Like I remember saying before, okay, let's see what Anita says here. That's a neat idea. Do the same thing month, year, and Roman numeral for the book number. Ooh, thanks. That is a great. I'm just going to put up this tip here from Nature Sketches. Anita, do you write it on the front cover of your journal, or where do you put your where do you put that information? Just out of curiosity. I'm going to switch over here and show you some pages from this one. At this rate, it might take a long time to get through all these, but I want to show you this. Look, I'm still looking at, this is when I have Jack's book about drawing birds. You can tell. I'm also using ink pens and sort of experimenting a lot. Look, I drew this ring. I saw this ring in a dream with this sort of turquoise and silver, and I drew it based on that dream. Doing a lot. This is kind of the type of illustration work I used to do when I was a kid. I have notes about the difference between inductive deductive reasoning and hypothetical deductive reasoning. I'm definitely a nerd, okay, and I do write about notes. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I have some really funny sketches in here. Some of my original nature journaling. I was doing urban sketching using water soluble. This is my first experiments with water soluble pen. So this is at a time when I was going through an experimental stage and definitely trying a lot of media that I don't use anymore. Here's an example of, I was going on these tracking classes, and while this guy, Jim Sullivan, was teaching tracking, I would just sketch everything that I could. I would bring my journal with me and sketch everything that I could. I should probably start doing that again. But these are, I think I'm using a little bit of watercolor, but I'm also using a lot of water-soluble ink. This is that Pilot pen. I don't really use that very much anymore. Here's some nature journaling of trees. some buckeye trees. You can see that I'm really into this style of getting like very precise about stuff. Look at this. This is, wow. I used to do a lot more of these color swatches. This is my second nature journal. And this is poison oak right here. But you can see my text is really bad. And look at my metadata. That's my metadata right there. It's so hard to read because it's in pencil. And this is stuff that I was doing probably when the sun was hitting my paper. So a lot of times when the sun is hitting your paper, you end up drawing stuff way paler, and then when you come inside, it's too dark. But there are things that I can learn from these pages. You know, looking at your old stuff is always good. Look at this manzanita that I drew. Oh, I was super into archery at this time, and I would like do videos of myself in slow motion doing archery. Yeah, that's so funny. Urban sketching, a lot more urban sketching back then. This is in Sebastopol before I moved to Sebastopol. Some ducks. This is while my car was getting worked on. I did a bunch of these. I went sketching in this creek. Oh, dang, look at what Anita says. Okay, Anita's using a book that is not spiral bound. So she can write it on the spine. And she puts some more information. Oh my gosh, that's some very technical stuff that you're putting. Location, GPS coordinates, elevation, magnetic declination. Wow, that is amazing. Oh, Thea, you're so kind. Let me share what Thea said because that's just very motivational. Thank you, Thea. I'm gonna write that in the comments. Because that is very kind, and I really appreciate that. Okay, and I think that's enough from this one. Ooh, wait, the moths. This was one of my favorite nature journaling experiences, and I got to, my friends were sitting around drinking beer, talking, and it was just so boring, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna nature journal, and I looked over on the wall, and there was this lamp there, and there was all these moths. So I was like, I'm gonna just nature journal the different critters that come at different times and try to draw them. You know, I was still really new to this kind of stuff. I did sort of this painting showing kind of just the scene, like this is what the wall looked like and the lamp and some of the bugs. And then I tried to do these like close-ups of the bugs. And I'm so glad I did that, and I have that cool memory of that time. And if I had just been drinking beer and talking about nothing with my friends, sorry friends, but I would have hardly any interesting memory of that. I probably wouldn't remember that time. So that is one of the benefits of drawing and journaling and nature journaling, is that it leaves you with a cool memory of that event instead of just, oh, another time that you drank beer and talked about nothing with your friends. And I even know like what date that was. So, all right, I got my information on number 2. If I wanted to, I could put, you know, some of the content information because it looks like I don't have space for an index on this one. This was at the time where I was cutting out this thing and sticking in the back that shows what type of paper I'm using. So if any representatives of Stillman and Byrne sketchbooks are watching this show, please sponsor me. Because I talk about your paper and your sketchbooks a lot, and I'm holding you accountable too, Stillman and Byrne. So if your paper quality starts getting worse, which I have this feeling that my new Stillman and Byrne Alpha series is not the same paper, I'm going to call you out on it, especially because you haven't sent me any free products or anything like that. But all right, number 2 is going on the shelf. I might just pull out all these sticky notes too, because these are not relevant anymore. Not relevant anymore. I love sticky notes, but then I just end up leaving them everywhere. Okay, so that's number 2. It's going to start getting a little bit more disorganized soon, I think. So that was up until 4:14. So this one's starting off at 4:14 and continuing. You can see my landscapitos are starting to get a little bit better. This was really cool. I gotta do this this landscape where there was a bald eagle sitting up on this dead tree. Such a cool landscape at this lake. And you can see I'm using ink outline in this one and no ink at all in this one. Was that just direct watercolor? Well, it looks like there's graphite in this one a little bit, and ink outline in that. You can also see my values are really not ideal for landscape. This value of the sky is equally dark with this, equally dark with these foreground elements. That's not correct. And it reads okay, but sort of cartoonish. And you can see I'm definitely experimenting with media a lot still. So here there's like brush pen, so I'm all over the place with this one. Here is like an attempt at a sunset one. I think I even tried doing some nature journaling in the dark on this trip. This was up near Paradise. This whole area burned recently. But while I was there, I got a nature journal a lot, and that was really cool. I even got a nature journal of some of these stark landscapes that had been burnt before. So you can see in this one, I combined ink and watercolor to show this hillside that has all been burnt. And here's another time that bald eagle was up on that snag. If I approached this today, I think I would do better. I was very focused on details at that time and not necessarily always getting in those priorities like the values. So this is my third nature journal. Ooh, here's some cool Canada geese. I think all things considered, I was doing pretty good nature journaling at this time. This was during a bio blitz. 2014. Oh my gosh, we found a scat that had like these claws in it. It was so crazy. Luckily, I have a nature journal documenting this time and I can remember it. So I'm going to go ahead and put some notes down of what is in this journal on the front cover and the number. I'm at number 3, and the dates are, so I'm transferring the dates from the outside for 4/14 to 5/14. I filled this one in 1 month. I was drawing a lot. (4/14 to 5/14). And how am I writing the number? Okay, number 3. Number 3, and let's see what's some important stuff about this one. Still doing a lot of archery, a lot of tracking, and what else would be important to include in this one? Primitive skills events. Wow, oh man, this is when my sister graduated from college. Look at the urban sketching that I was doing. This was really cool. Oh man, I was sketching during the whole friggin' event when she was graduating. This is the person who was, they had an interpreter, sign language interpreter. Look at all these buildings. I was definitely at this time, I think I even tried to sketch while I was in the plane during this trip on the airplane. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. I even sketched, even though I get really bad motion sickness, I even was trying to sketch while I was on the plane. This is looking into, I don't think they let you look into the cockpit anymore, but that's the pilot right there. You can see sort of the doors. Here I am trying to draw some of the stuff that I could see out the window. That's dedication. It's so interesting that I was so hardcore back then that I was, wow, I was just nature journaling everything. Look, this is at the airport. I like nature journaling and sketching people at the airport. That's something I haven't been doing that much of anymore. I'm also really into this fine, very precise sort of microns at that period. That's interesting. Oh, this is the first time I got a nature journal of a rattlesnake that was right behind my house. Doing some color testing and then just practicing. You can see I am doing that system where I do just do a bunch of different drawings as a way to not get too perfectionist about any one. I'm also keeping notes about the media I'm using. So I was using this certain type of sepia India ink here. And then up here, I'm talking about my archery and then some weird philosophical stuff. So, interesting examples about how I nature journaled back then. Here's another example of how just in urban places I was just sketching everybody that I saw. So this is probably a time where I was learning very quickly, experimenting a lot with different strategies and different media. And it's interesting to reflect sometimes and remember. I think I'm going to write experimental, highly experimental. What was the other thing in this one that I talked about? I'll write archery. Primitive skills. And what else? I could write my sister's graduation. Okay, that's enough. These are just place marks for my brain, and it will help me to categorize and find things in my journals a lot easier. So just having a couple of these sort of reference points instead of looking at, like, I love sort of this look of just a bunch of journals, but this will help me find things and reference things a lot more quickly. And I think that's really important, especially as an educator. Sometimes I just need to find these things, and also just for my own personal learning. Like if I can look back and find that journal where I was in Michigan for my sister's graduation, then I'll be able to find the urban sketching that I did and learn from that and reference that. Okay, so number 3. Number 4, 514 to 814. Some more landscapitos. You can see I have some serious issues with anemic watercolor in this one. 514 to 814. 814. Look at this. Okay, so this is number 4 in terms of nature journals. Now this is a cool drawing, but I was definitely getting really perfectionist with this. And look at how anemic this is also because I was outdoors and it was really bright and the sun hitting my paper was really bright. But this is such a cool tree, and I think this tree has since fallen. And this is at the time when the buckeyes were flowering, so just super beautiful. But you can see I'm very fixated on these details and not getting the values right. So the difference between light and dark is so critical. So like this whole branch right here in the foreground is probably so dark, especially compared to the sky. But in this drawing, even though it has an outline, it's such a light value. So that is a mistake in terms of priorities. I'm also just doing some straight old writing. Oh, look at this. I spilled ink on this whole corner of this book. This might have been when I spilled like 200 milliliters of ink all at once. That was a bad time. You can see here a lot more pale watercolors, what John Muir Laws calls anemic watercolors. I am experimenting. Oh, geez, see, this is such a great composition and a beautiful tree, but the anemic watercolor kind of messes it up. This is when I was practicing writing backwards and writing cursive backwards with my left hand. That's kind of funny. A lot more experiments with this water-soluble ink. Some tracking friends on during a tracking class. More anemic watercolor over here. Look at how pale those yellows are. Oh no, my whole document camera came apart. Look at that. Is that a cow? Nature journaling cows. Sketching everything, basically. This was sketching during a movie in an art class. What is the cabinet of, what's that movie? The Cabinet of Dr. What is the name of that movie? Oh my god. Dr. Caligari. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari or something. So this is when I started taking a few art classes, and I think I was just trying to sketch all the time. You can still see, look at my watercolors, so pale. Do any of you have that problem? Thanks, Sabrina. I appreciate your comment. Here's some blind contour drawings. Here's when I start doing some more art classes. You can see I'm doing blind contour drawings, drawing with different media, experimenting more, drawing my hand a lot, doing more ink. You can see here I even using some charcoal and doing that in all of my notes from art classes. I did all of that in here. I was doing some figure drawing classes at that time, a class on composition. So I did take some art classes at community college, and I took notes the whole time. So this is the figure drawing teacher. That is the figure drawing teacher. As he's lecturing, I would be sketchnoting him. And as he was drawing, I would draw him drawing. This is him from behind. See, this is so cool. I should probably get more into this again, where I'm just drawing everything all of the time. It's such good practice. So I'm going to write that on here. I'm going to write art classes. And that was at SRJC. So this would have been after I moved. SRJC art classes. And just those couple of notes is just going to make it a lot easier for me to find this one. And I'm going to keep going. Maybe I'll try to speed it up a little bit here. All right. Number 5. Let's see if this one has anything worth sharing. Oh yeah, nature journaling at the crawfish boil. More art class. Look at, I'm definitely getting like just doing even scrapbooking type stuff in this one. And the dates on this one are 9/14 to 10/14. I filled this one in 1 month. That's pretty good to fill a journal in 1 month. This is number 5. Lots of art class sketches. Look at this, practicing ellipses. Now this is like push-ups for artists, is just practicing ellipses in perspective. That's something you could do forever, because ellipses are so challenging, whether you're a nature journaler or whatever kind of artist. Practicing ellipses is so essential, so important. Definitely experimenting with media a lot in here, and drawing a lot of old trees, stuff like that. So I'm going to write media, art classes. Look at this. This was fun. Haven't done anything like that lately. Some mountain lion tracks. And that's some paper that I made too. I made that paper with coffee grounds and stained it. Very experimental. Copying Leonardo da Vinci drawings with different media here. You probably recognize some of this from Leonardo da Vinci drawings in his sketchbook. Sometimes just copying other artists is a really good practice. Here you can see more just copying Leonardo da Vinci drawings. Copying writing backwards like Leonardo da Vinci. Here's more drawings of my figure drawing teacher as he's drawing. I think he actually got kind of annoyed and thought I was like not paying attention, even though I feel like that was actually the way that I could pay attention most is actually drawing him. Okay, so I'm just gonna write art classes and experimentation. Tracking, because I'm doing some tracking. Okay, now let's see. I hope I'm not messing up order now, so I might be losing my order here. Uh-oh, this is 2015, so I'm missing something, so I'm gonna have to set this one down. This one starts in January 2015. What are these ones here? Oh, might start getting crazy here. Oh no, this is 2018. Oh no. What am I missing? January 2015. I need like there should be something missing, like a couple months. Oh, here we go. 10, 18, 14. This is it. 10, 14 to 12, 14. Wow, this was a crazy time in my life. And mostly just art journaling, some nature journaling stuff. I was drawing skulls. This was during a really cool exhibit they had at the California Academy of Sciences. They had a whole skulls exhibit, and if believe it or not, I was drawing with charcoal, standing up in public. There was like kids everywhere screaming, and everyone was calling this a crocodile skull. And I was trying not to correct everybody and tell them it was actually a gharial, which is, or no, people were calling it an alligator. Anyways, drew these skulls at that exhibit, super crowded exhibit. I'm doing a lot of these like inserts of different types of paper that I haven't been doing that kind of stuff anymore, or like these big washes like this. Some things that I could get ideas from. Definitely more experimental. Here's some tracks that I drew. These are opossum tracks. But yeah, that was really fun. I was really into drawing skulls at that time. I was also working on my tracking book, kids tracking book. So I'm gonna write skulls, tracking book, and art class on this one. And this would be number 6 for nature journals. Number 6, and the dates are 10/14 to 12/14. So 2 months. Filled this nature journal in only 2 months. It's pretty impressive, I'd say. I'm definitely not filling my current one that quickly. 10/14 to and this is number 6. SRGC, tracks, skulls. Okay, so that ends at 12/14. This next one ends at 129. 15. Maybe there's one in between. Oh no! I'm all falling over. Oh god. Okay, where does this one start? 4/21. No, that's next. Is it possible I skipped from December all the way until January? When does this one end in December? December 11th to January 29th? No, that's not right. I think I'm missing one here. This might be where I changed journal type. Here we go. So this is interesting. I momentarily shifted to this smaller journal, and that was somewhat of a mistake, but I shifted to this because I thought it would be easier to scan it on my home scanner, and the pages are smaller, which makes it easier to scan. And I did do some cool nature journaling. I got to see some birds of prey, and there are some benefits to using this size. I'm trying to remember what dimensions this is exactly. It's still Stillman and Byrne journal, but it's like 7 by 10. 7 by 10. And for what I noticed was while I was using this, I nature journaled less. And so for me, look at this. This is a cool dead tree trunk that I sketched. For me, nature journaling more is the most important thing. So if my journal, a smaller journal, is making me nature journal less, then I'll switch back. So I switched back after this one to a bigger nature journal, but I'm going to go ahead and still include this as my next journal, but I don't know if I'm going to put it in the same stack. Okay, so number 6, this would be number 7. Starts on January 31st of 2014. So I'll just write 1. Oh no, this is 16. No, whoa, careful. This is not right. I'm still missing 1. Ah, shoot. Okay, so I need to find January 2015. January 2015. Oh, here we go. Wait, what's it? Uh-oh. 4? Oh, no, this is later, 2015. Shoot. No, okay, I need to get January 2014 is what I actually need to get. Dang it. All right, it's getting confusing now. This is what I was worried about. 2016. No, I need 2014. Okay, let's see if any of these are 2014. Okay, 2017. Oh gosh. 2016. Uh-oh. 1016. Oh, here we go. This is right before this one. 1016 to 1216. 1015. Oh, shoot. No, that's totally different. Ah! Okay, here we go. 12, 14. Yes! Yes, I found the right one. Okay, so the last one ended at December 2014. This one begins December 2014. Let me make sure that the okay, this was December 5th, 2014, and this one's December 17th. That sounds about right. So I would have been visiting my mom in San Diego at this time, but I was doing a lot of fun, sort of like creative, artistic stuff, like these toothbrush splatters in the fronts of my journal with like a little cutout piece of paper, cutout heart there. A lot more experimental artwork you can see, but still including nature journaling, studying from books, practicing value, for example. Look at how I did these washes in the background on like my journal pages. That's pretty crazy. I was doing more portraiture work. A lot more portraiture work. And here's some mistletoe that I was nature journaling. Oh, Nature Sketches is saying it's time for a brownie. Oh, look, this is where I wrote out the script for my children's book about tracking, the first edition of that script. There's a lot of stuff going on in my personal life that nature journal about. Here's like a flooded place. I can still visit that place today. All right, so I guess it's time for at least part of the brownie. Da-da-da. I went surfing this morning, so I'm really hungry. So, because I didn't really eat breakfast before I went. Oh my goodness, brownie time. Woo! Okay. Control 14 to 115. Number 7. And let's see. Portraits, SRJC experiments. Lots of stuff going on in my romantic life at this time that I'm not going to get into the details of that. I'm not even going to start reading about that, but I did also write a lot about my dreams, a lot of portraits, still taking some classes, still considering potentially going for that science illustration graduate program. Wow, yeah, very experimental. Okay, number 7. I should probably take out all these sticky notes like I said. Maybe I'll come back and do that later. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how much more organized I'm going to be after this. Okay, so now I need to find one that starts in January of 2015. And I think I have it right here. I feel like this one might not have any nature journaling in it because I was doing so much other stuff. Look at this ink stuff I was doing. I was really experimenting a lot with. Look, I even glued this watercolor onto the cover of this one. It's a shrimp in some type of sea anemone, I think. And I was experimenting a lot with this ink, this acrylic ink. Stuff's pretty fun, and this is what I've used on some of my covers. You might have noticed on some of my covers, I have like calligraphy. Obviously, those colors are like really saturated. This was kind of my, you know how everybody has a little bit of that problem of going into the art store and buying stuff that you don't really need? Well, I would buy these almost every time I went. I would buy these FW inks, and then I would experiment with them when I got home. And I don't use those at all anymore. In fact, I got rid of all of them. I was experimenting with them a lot back then. Here's a good example of that. Here's another tracking class. I was going on these tracking classes all the time and basically just sketching and nature journaling everything as I went. So I recommend doing that sometimes, is going nature journaling with non-nature journalers. So whether it's like a birding group, and I think I made a video about this, but like going with a birding group, going with a plant group, a botany group, and then just bringing your nature journal, and while they're doing their thing, try to nature journal and sketch while they're doing their thing. Now, I know that during COVID, there's not as many outings, but I think some of these outdoor outings still are happening. And trying to nature journal when you're with non-nature journalers, aka muggles, is very useful. Very good practice. I think I got a little brownie kind of stuff in my throat. Here's more of that experimentation with the ink. Oh, that was after my birthday. Yeah, wow, that was a crazy birthday. That kind of my birthday party lasted for multiple days. I feel like, um, yeah, this was a major time in my life. Experimenting with watercolor more here. Okay, so let's get the title on this one. This is January 29th, 1:15. I'm still going through these pretty quickly, but this one, it took me 3 months to fill this nature journal. 1:15 through 4. And this is number 8. Okay, my pen is getting a little bit tired. I'm gonna need to, I hope it doesn't run out or else I'm gonna get in trouble. Okay, 4:15. So now I need to start with, is that right? 4:15. So there we go. Got the next one ready to go. Barely had a chance to drink any of my hot chocolate. I've been talking so much. All right, I'm gonna do a page flip a little bit through this one, just for fun. This is my 9th nature journal, but at a time when I was definitely combining a lot of other stuff into my journal. Ooh, let me move the brownie out of the way. So you can see here, I was doing these. These are really fun to do. And if you have an old toothbrush, they're pretty easy. All you have to do is cut out like a piece of construction paper and cut out that piece of construction paper and use it as a mask. And I use like a piece of tape on the back, and then stick that down on your page. And then get your watercolor palette and put your create a wash with one of your colors, and then put a toothbrush into there, and then you just take the toothbrush up above the page a little bit and you flick it, and you can either wear a glove or just get ink onto your thumb, and then you flick it and it creates this cool pattern. And for a while I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this on the first page of all of my sketchbooks, and like put that information and then do one of these. And I sort of fell out of the habit, but it's a cool thing that you can do. Let's see what's going on here. So this is at a permanent skills gathering. Here I am sketching and nature journaling some tracking stuff. So these are gaits, different animal gaits. These are all things that Mastella minks can do. Mastella bison. I really wanted to learn to find mink tracks, so I studied them for a while in my nature journal. This is Mastella frenata, so the long-tailed weasel. Have seen their tracks before and seen them in real life, but I still haven't seen a mink. But anyways, these are some of their different gaits, and this is at a time I was really into tracking. So it's nature journaling a lot about tracking. Some basic stuff about landscape photos, more tracking. And this is, just in case you're wondering, these are Inktense water-soluble pencils. Really cool water-soluble pencils. I don't use them very much anymore, but they're great. Let me see if I have one that I can show you. Here we go. These by Derwent, they're amazing. Highly recommend these. And this one's iron green, but I really like this red one. I probably used it all up. But for a while, I was really a big fan of using those a lot. Here's just some planning stuff, mindset stuff. More animal tracks, crafting projects. This is when I was doing some sewing of buckskin sewing. More tracking. I drew a lot of animal scat and animal tracks. You can see here are some turkey tracks, wild turkey tracks, with that close up of the detail. Oh, here's a cool painting that a friend of mine did in my journal, Fiona. Lots of experimental stuff at this time. Look at here, I am nature journaling. I mean, sketching in a bar. This was at was open mic event. Oh yeah. Oh, look at these. I guess I was really into drawing some of these. What are those called? Jellyfish. Experimenting. Oh, this was a tough time for me. Okay. Wow, those were tough times. Let's see. Yeah, anyway, so that's that. You can see I did this at the end. Oh, that's interesting. Why did I write that? Wow, interesting. I might have to reread this one on my own, but there's some interesting personal stuff going on there, and looks like I actually started this journal upside down because you can see the imprint from Stillman and Byrne is here on the front. But okay, that one's ready to go. Ready to add it to the stack. Okay, let me know if you have any questions or if there are any of these books you want to see like more in-depth page flips on. So that's number 9, starting on 415 through 715. So when you do this sort of review of your journals, this is like a good time where you, while you're reviewing all of your journals, it helps you create sort of a bigger picture idea of who you are, and also for nature journaling, a bigger picture of the type of places where you are, and you see these sort of higher level patterns. And as humans, a lot of times we don't remember that or don't notice that, and we forget about things that happened 3 or 5 years ago. So doing this occasional review really helps you like remember, and it creates this bigger picture because you can think about your journals as your brain on paper. It's like an external brain. And when you go back through, it reminds you of like things that happened to you in the past. You start to see bigger patterns. Oh, I made that decision before. Oh, this was important to me 5 years ago. Or, oh, I saw this at that lake. The water level at that lake 3 years ago was so different. And by having the journal and by occasionally reviewing them, it creates sort of this external brain that can be really powerful. So this is number 9. Wow, yeah, I was going through. So this one took me 3 months to fill, which is a little bit longer at this time. I think I was really into salsa dancing at this time too, salsa and bachata dancing. Um, Lots of relationship stuff going on. Okay, number 9. All right, on the shelf. Bye. Okay, that's the other good thing about putting this stuff onto journals is you can kind of like, okay, done with that. All right, so that ended on 7:15. So I should be looking for 8:15 now. Oh, here we go. Yeah, found it. Another cool sort of speckled using the toothbrush there. Got my dates 7:15 through 8:15. So another one that I filled in a month. Lots of art class stuff. I painted this old. I still don't totally understand how to do landscape those. This was a cool. I kind of want to go back to this tree. Doing a lot more like dramatic stuff, experimental stuff. I think this is with masking fluid. Skulls. Still really into skulls. I think I'm still taking a few art classes. Okay, interesting. A lot of, oh, this is when I went on a survival trip in British Columbia, and I was in Vancouver for a while. I got a nature journal up there at their, they have a cool aquarium in Vancouver. I also got to do this drawing of a family totem pole, the family I was visiting, and you can see there's this weird thing that happened with the ink. This is water-soluble ink in my notes on that page, and it started to drizzle on this page while I was drawing this page, and then when I closed the book, it transferred. But they were repainting their family totem pole, and I got to, and these are some friends of mine that are Squamish people, Delmar and his brother-in-law, and they're repainting this to keep it in good condition. And I asked if I could draw it, and so I drew that totem pole, and it started to rain. And then I did go to a museum there. They had a cool museum as well, and I did some sketching there at the museum of some other art, traditional art from the Northwest. And I do have some pretty good, for this time period, like this, for example, I feel like stands out. Like I really got some good values on this one. And so it's kind of weird. Like I don't understand where this came out of because this was on a survival trip, but I did bring my nature journal with me. And we actually had to escape from this crazy wildfire that was happening in Vancouver at that time. And anyways, I think this drawing came out pretty good. The values are pretty good. So that's a good kind of representation of that time. Here is a watercolor wash I did just to give the feeling of what the sky was like during the smoke. And I do have a lot of notes about it. Here's a figure 4 trap that we were learning about in the primitive skills class during the survival trip. Here's some more that gives you the feeling of that smoky day. It was pretty scary. Here's more of a smoky sky, feeling of the smoky sky. I should reread some of this because that was an interesting trip. I was also doing a lot of sketching like in airports at that time, and I basically sketched nonstop. So I'm going to write down some of the notes about this one. Vancouver, and this is the dates on this one are 7:15 to 8:15. Another one that I filled in 1 month. And this is number 10. Vancouver tracking classes. Lots of tracking classes, stuff at the SRJC. Wow. Blast from the past. Okay. Tracking classes SRJC. Okay. So that one ends on 8:15. Now there should be another one before this one is 10:15. Costa Rica? Did I go to Costa Rica? No, that was in 2016. Beginning of 2016. So maybe I did go all the way from 8:15 to 10:15. Either that or I lost one. No, this is all 2016. What's this? Oh, that's Tanzania. Okay. I need to find 9:15. September 15. Oh, here we go. Found it. So you can see here, wow, I was going really into it here with some different techniques, studying anatomy a lot, experimenting a lot with different watercolor techniques. But look at, I was getting really into anatomy and drawing the muscles of the human body, studying anatomy a lot. That was fun. Always a good practice to study anatomy. Comparative anatomy is fascinating. It will help your drawing a lot. I was also studying some different artistic traditions, like Mesoamerican artistic traditions, doing a lot of color mixing, trying to apply anatomy to figure drawing. I was taking figure drawing classes at this time. And yeah, so a lot of figure drawing and a lot of interesting experiments with multi-page art in my journal. So let me try to show you an example here. So journaling, combining words with sort of like these bigger designs. I had a lot of discipline for doing this kind of art at that time. I did not have Netflix. That helps. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of, I was even using pastels, ink, different types of watercolor, always experimenting with masking fluid. So lots of experimentation, and this will be number 11. And it is from 8:15 to 10:15. So I filled this journal in 2 months. No wonder I have so many journals, because during some of this time I was filling a journal every 2 months, 1 to 2 months, 8:15 to 10:15, right? That's what I said. Pencil miles, 10:15. This is number 11. Okay, so I'm still just doing the same way of sketching it in the front. And let's see, SRJC, anatomy. I don't know if there was any tracking ones. So this was before I started leading nature journal clubs, I think, because I think I started doing that in 2016. Because otherwise I'd have more nature journal pages in here probably. I was going to John Muir Laws at the time, but this whole thing goes through wow, I need to review some of this. I'm noticing some patterns. Let me get some sticky notes. So In case you don't know about these already, I highly recommend this type of sticky notes, and you can use these post-it notes, sticky notes in your journal when you notice patterns. And so, like for example, if you can have like a color-coded pattern. The problem is if you leave a lot of sticky notes in your old ones and then you don't take them out, it might get confusing. But like for me, I'm talking to you right now, but if I want to come back and look at this, if I notice a certain pattern in some of the stuff that I'm journaling about, like whether it's in my personal life or in my nature journal, I can put these sticky notes in there and then come back to them, and maybe I could even do some reflection. This is the kind of thing that's good to do. It's sort of a rainy day today. That's why I'm doing this today. So if you have a rainy day, or maybe it's like January, December or January, or maybe on your birthday, a certain time of year where you go back through and you review things like this, that's super powerful. Okay, number 11, 10:15. Here we go. The next one is ready to go. This is when I thought I had a name for my journal. Ooh, look at that. Some silhouetted landscapitos. I was making this paper. This is paper stained with tea. I think I stained it with blood also, or something weird. I was doing a lot of experimental stuff. Here is tracking, nature journaling while tracking. Very fun. This is nature journaling at a trip that John Muir Laws led. You can see I'm using that water-soluble ink. It has pros and cons. It can get a little bit messy, but it is good for creating these sort of shadows. So you do your initial drawing, like these are tracks that were on a muddy bank. And I used the water-soluble ink from that pen to create these sort of shadows. And I don't have one right now, but it's that Pilot V5. It's pretty common. Here I'm doing some mapping, probably because that's what John Muir Laws was recommending we try on that trip. That was at a time when every time I went on a Nature Journal Club trip, I would try to fill 10 pages. That was my goal. I'm also copying stuff from art history books. So you can see here, I used to go in the library at the community college and just copy stuff, drawings from art history books. That's always a good practice. Like if you feel like, oh, I'm not inspired to nature journal anything, just go copy stuff from books. Here's some more stuff. This was another John Muir Laws trip. I think we saw a falcon kill a coot on that trip. That was really fun. More skulls with different, here I painted this background on, and it was an experiment to see if I could create my sort of own toned paper. More skull drawings using white on homemade toned paper. Here's more stuff, copying stuff from art history books. Here is some fun stuff in Anza Borrego Park. Bighorn sheep. That was really cool. That's an animal that I really love. Wow. I was experimenting with a lot of different media at that time. I experimented for a while with this calligraphy pen that my sister gave me. Couldn't really figure out how to use it in my nature journaling, so I kind of gave up on that one. Here's a cool example. Like this is, I did all of these sketches on a walk with my family. So my mom's birthday is on Christmas, and we always go for a walk at La Jolla Cove in San Diego. And like this year, I could have brought my sketching stuff, but I didn't. And on this particular year in 2015, I did. I was just like so into it, and I just sketched all the time. And so like what has changed about me, and why am I not sketching so avidly as I was in 2015? And how is that affecting my growth and learning as an artist? And sometimes I think, that like doing the nature journal show, I put so much energy into creating creating all this content for the nature journal show and teaching other people how to nature journal that I'm doing less sketching myself. But it's something that I should reflect on, and it's something that you should reflect on too, is if you look at your old nature journals and you see that you were like drawing way more back then, try to think like, what is the reason? Why are you doing less? What has changed? And is that something that is intentional? I still aspire to be a little bit more productive. This is going to be a problem because I have already some artwork here on the cover. I might just have to write on top of it. And this is, I'm not even halfway through, I don't think. So this is 2015, 10, 15 through 116. And this is number 12. Tracking, SRJC, art history. I'm still figuring out. It's interesting to look at my brainstorms from this time about like my career brainstorms. And one of the things that I've spent a lot of time on in my life is trying to figure out what I want to do with my life and my career. And so I've done tons of these brainstorms and trying to figure it out. And this is before I still had it figured out. This was at a time when I thought maybe I wanted to be an art teacher at the community college level and trying to figure out like what that would take. So just a lot of using sketchnoting as a way to figure that out, or to at least write about it. And it's really interesting to go back and look at that stuff because, like I said earlier, having journals gives you a better big picture of who you are as a person, because a lot of times we forget, we're so in the moment that we forget things that we've wanted in the past. So this can really affect your happiness, for example, because you might not realize, like if I look back at these books and I look at like what my aspirations and what my goals were, maybe in a lot of ways I'm living those right now, and I have a lot of the things that I wanted 3 years ago. And if I don't do that reflection or do that journaling, I might just be in the present moment thinking about all the things I don't have that I want, instead of thinking about all the things that I currently have that were only dreams 3 years ago. Okay, so that ends on 116. So now I need to go to January. I think I go to Costa Rica next. Woo! Yeah. Next journal. This journal went with me to Costa Rica. So, Anita's got to leave. Thanks, Anita. No problem. I know this is a really long one. Have a good day. Have a good rest of your day. And this will be up here if you ever want to watch it afterwards, after it's recorded. So this trip, I go to Costa Rica, and this is a place where I've been going since I was a little kid, but had never nature journaled there before. So it was really fun to go back and nature journal. And I think I kind of let out all the stops. I'm pushing my values with my watercolor a little bit more. And it was so cool because I was a very observant kid in Costa Rica, but going back with the lens of nature journaling, I feel like I saw so much more. And I'll show you some of my favorite stuff, but I mean, these toads were super cool. Scorpion. My materials are still a little bit confusing here. These howler monkeys that I got a nature journal while I was there. This pencil wasn't the ideal thing for nature journaling. It smudges a lot. Cool beetles and other insects. Lots of cool trees. Here was I just did a whole page trying to figure out how to get the toad eyes, the color for the toad eyes, and I did all of these experiments just to try to figure out how to get the toad eyes. And this was after not having visited Costa Rica for a really long time, and my dad lives down there. Here's an experiment next to the river where I'm trying to get the color of the water and these amazing tree roots. And then so I did a whole page with color experiments on like how to get that water best. Let's see what else. I really want to show you. Here's some stuff at the ocean. I was getting chewed by mosquitoes while I was drawing those pages. Tracks. There was really cool tracks that I got to see down there. Cool birds of prey, tropical birds of prey, coconuts, more toads, a whole bunch more toads. I kind of took a gesture drawing, figure drawing approach to these toads, and then added color on some of them afterwards. And let me show you one of my favorite pages. It was like, oh, here's woodpeckers eating papaya. So there in Costa Rica, this species of woodpecker loves to eat my dad's papayas. These birds also, they're a type of jay called urracas, and they eat papayas like crazy. When I was a kid, I would always be trying to scare them away. Moths, obviously the turquoise moth has some amazing colors, and they're really challenging to capture. So I did a ton of experiments. Oh my gosh, this is making me want to go back to Costa Rica. This is the last time I was there. Whoa, gosh, I almost ripped that page. I did rip that page a little bit. And these are one of my favorite birds right here is the scissor-tail flycatcher is such a magical bird. And getting to see them in the wild and nature journal them there in Costa Rica was so fun. And then going down by this river, I remember while I was painting this, there was these little flowers falling out of the tree, and they're all landing in my watercolor palette. And those little flowers were in my watercolor palette for a long time afterwards. Here's some nature journaling of like more conceptual stuff about how this vine is growing up in the deciduous tree. And then this was such a great experience. This was a sunset. During sunset, I was nature journaling. There's these scissor-tail flycatchers landing up in this deciduous tree, and it was just one of those peak experiences of my life. It's the dry season in Costa Rica. This tree had no leaves. The colors are changing in the background. These birds were backlit, and they're flying around, and I'm watching how they use their scissor tail for maneuvering, and they're catching bugs in the air and landing in this tree, which is totally covered in spines because it's a pechote tree. And that was just like one of the most magical experiences, and just the way that nature journaling could make my experience of that place so much deeper. Even though when I was a kid, I was very connected to nature there and very observant, using my nature journal just took it to the next level. So here are a few more trees down there from the deciduous tropical forest, some coconut trees. Maybe this was the time when I was really getting eaten by the mosquitoes. Yeah, here it is. Hard to draw while being eaten alive. I even did this nature journal page while I was waiting for the bus. It was such a good trip, and I was gonna make a book out of this and send it out to some of my Patreon patrons, but I haven't done it yet. And let's see. Here's even some pages I did when I was in the city, the capital city in Costa Rica. Look at how I push the values here. So this is like a house plant, kind of a boring house plant. And just by paying attention to where the shadows are and creating sort of a framework and focusing on those priorities really creates like a nice look. And even from a distance, see how that reads from a distance? So you can see I'm at my, this is my 13th nature journal, and these are the kind of lessons that I'm finally getting, sort of like focusing on these priorities, pushing these values, and understanding what those artistic priorities are. So it takes time, you know. If you're not feeling, good about where you are with your art right now, just remember that it takes time. This is my 13th nature journal that I filled before I start getting some of these ideas really ingrained, learning how to use my watercolor, a little bit more, and pushing those values, and doing a lot of, I mean, this is like a lot of courageous, just filling pages, experimenting, trying a lot of stuff, and experimenting with water. And this was definitely like a major learning phase for me. And I filled this whole sketchbook during that trip. And that's something that I think, that's how you end up getting better. So I'm going to go ahead and add the date to this one and put it on the stack. I filled this book in 26 days. Hi, Julie. I see Julie's on here. Welcome. And thank you. Let me add the number to this one. So number 13. And it's 1/16 through 1/16. 1 month. Okay, so January 2016, which journal will be next? Is it this one? This is February 2016, so let's see if there's a January 2016 somewhere. No, not that one. Ooh, not that one, that's 2017. Is it the little one? It is the little one. So after coming back from Costa Rica and having trouble scanning those pages, I decided to try this smaller one, smaller journal. I think this is 7x10 instead of 9x13. This would fit on my scanner bed at home, and I would be able to scan these and make books or whatever I wanted. But I did do that, and I used it for a month or whatever, but what I realized is I don't fill pages as quickly or enjoy drawing in this size as much, so I went back to the big size. But I taught a class on drawing skulls in Oakland, and did a couple classes that John Muir Laws led, drew more skulls, and did my personal journey and tried to incorporate all of my normal stuff into this one nature journal and sketchbook. Oh, there was a really cool osprey trip. Wow, I think this is my favorite drawing in the whole book, but you can see here, there's an osprey nest on the top of this dead palm tree. That was really cool. That was at, I think that was at Mare Island in the San Francisco Bay Area. Very cool place to see osprey nesting. So this will be number 14, book number 14. If you're having trouble deciding about like what size sketchbook works for you, keep practicing and keep trying different sizes, and you'll eventually figure out like what is convenient and what works for you. And I did do a video on how to choose a nature journal, I think it's called, or how to choose a sketchbook for nature journaling, where I talk about all of the important criteria to consider when choosing a sketchbook. Okay, so this one's ready to go, and that is number 14. And the dates are 1/16. I don't actually know if I have an end date for this one. And it's number 14. Number 14, right? Okay. And what's my last date in here? This is also when I was using the paper. This is the Gamma series, and the paper is like ivory colored paper. It's not a pure white. It might look pure white on camera, but this is the ivory color. And I kind of like it, and I used to like it even more, but it definitely is, it definitely influences your watercolor. It doesn't come out, you can't get like as saturated of colors because it's slightly warm colored paper. Okay, the last date I have on here is 7. Whoa, did I go all the way until 7 in this one? So see, I nature journaled way slower when I was using this book. Way slower. 7. So from 1/16 to 7/2016. That's a lot longer. So there's probably a variety of reasons. Why did the camera lose focus? There's probably a variety of reasons why I was nature journaling slower, but having this book, it looks to me like, I was going from an average of like filling a book in 1 month or 2 months, and then I switched to this smaller book, which should take less time to fill, and it actually took me 6 months to fill this one book. So that's a sign that this smaller book's not working as well for me. That's usually the metric. If you're trying to decide which sketchbook or which supplies are best for you, choose the one that helps you fill the most pages and do the most nature journaling. Okay, so now I'm looking for 8/16. Wait, what's that? Oh no, did I start another one in the middle? That's weird. 5/1/16. It looks like I might have actually started another nature journal at the same time as that one. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So this one is going to be, I'll write this as number 14.5. Here was a cool class I did with John Muir Laws about like drawing fish. That was super fun. And then we nature journaled I think after that, we nature journaled at the aquarium. But he gave a great class when he was doing classes in person still on drawing fish. I was studying art history at that time. You might recognize this famous landscape from Etretat, I think, in France. Monet has painted that multiple times. So I was studying a lot of art history, and I was also doing a lot of tracking classes. I'm even experimenting with doing acrylic paint in my journal here. Falling in love with Gauguin. I like Gauguin quite a bit because of the way that he divides space in his canvases. Here's some more sort of analysis of that landscape by Monet. Very analytical about art at this time. Here I was nature journaling. This might have been when I was leading a class. But you can see here I nature journaled. This is a hummingbird dive bombing a scrub jay, which they do quite a bit. It's really fun. Lots of experimental stuff, and this was on the Alpha series paper, which is quite good paper. That's what I use now. That's the regular white one. Oh, and I spent some time in the Southwest in Sedona, Arizona, and I did a lot of landscapes. This is not Sedona, Arizona. This must have been before that. Oh no, this is. So I did a lot of landscapes. This is with that water-soluble Derwent pencil that I mentioned earlier. Sedona's pretty intense landscapes there in Arizona. And you can see that I'm using quite a bit of water on these pages, and this paper is only 150 GSM, which is about 100 pounds, and it does fine. And I really like just sticking with that 150 GSM and not really going any further. Here's another class with the Nature Journal Club that Jack led, and I joined in on. I was really into drawing scat at that time. Okay, so this is number 14 as well. And it starts in February 16 to 5/16. Sedona. Okay, now I need June 2016 next. I'm almost halfway through these journals. June 2016. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Uh-oh. This shelf is starting to get too full of journals that can't even fit them. Wow, look at this. I was doing like acrylic paint straight into my sketchbook. You can use acrylic paint on 150 GSM paper. I was very experimental and doing art classes and just taking all of my notes. This was a logo I was working on for a chocolate company. Didn't go through, even though I spent all this time drawing some of these ideas. You can see the cacao tree there. Oh man, nature journaling at the California Academy of Sciences aquarium. And I love that place. It's one of my favorite places to nature journal. It's closed now. I love these alligator gars, and nature journaling is so fun. Now, one thing I want to point out here, and I think I did an analysis of this page in another video, but I totally messed up the visual hierarchy on this page. I have text and arrows and drawings in, some are in ink, some are in pencil, some have color, different colors, and it makes it confusing visually. There's no hierarchy, and it's actually better maybe even just to have a page like this where everything's just kind of subtle, or a page like this. That one had just way too much going on, and it starts getting complicated. Here on this page, you can see just having a few highlights in a darker ink can be much more useful and more intelligible. And these fish were so cool. I spent a long time. I think I filled over 10 pages on this trip. I'm going to go ahead and put this on the document camera to show these pages here because they're so good. And I had such a fun time doing them. Sometimes even more important than what the final product looks like is just what the experience was like. And this was really a flow moment for me. I filled so many pages of drawing this fish, and I definitely drawing them loosely and zooming in and zooming out on different aspects of the fish here. Writing notes about like the direction change on of the fish, getting just different perspectives, trying to capture the movement. This is the flooded Amazon section. These arapaima fish, they swim right over you, and they're constantly moving, so you have to draw kind of fast. And it's really cool. I filled over 10 pages on that trip. They also have a snapping turtle, which is really cool. Here are some more examples of a snapping turtle. Really fun trip. Here's a good quote too that I'm going to read to you. Quote time. And this is from E.O. Wilson, the famous conservationist and scientist. And I think this applies to nature journaling. He says, hands-on experience at the critical time, not systematic knowledge, is what counts in the making of a naturalist. Better to be an untutored savage for a while, not to know the names or anatomical details. Better to spend stretches of time just searching and dreaming. So this is a professional scientist who definitely has an understanding of names and anatomical details. But what he's saying is that, and this applies to like homeschool families and stuff like that, and people with kids of any sort, or educators, is this idea that starting off with a ton of knowledge and names and anatomical details and precise learning is not necessarily important at the beginning, but that the most important thing is developing that love, that imagination, that curiosity, and that energetic connection to the natural world, and more of a charismatic connection and not just an intellectual one. I definitely get like more into some landscapes in this nature journal a little now that I'm building up a little bit more experience. I want to go back and nature journal this tree again, unless it burnt in one of the recent fires, but a very charismatic old oak tree. Love that tree. And wow. Okay. I'm gonna have to come back to some of these pages. Here is a really cool California native thistle that I drew. I think this was during a tracking class that someone else was teaching, Jim Sullivan, and I was following along. Here you go. You start seeing some of the stuff that's starting to look more like my modern nature journaling. So look at that landscapeito right there. This landscapeito, I think, is representative of the style that I'm developing now. I probably wouldn't have done this drawing right here, kind of touching the border, but this is starting to look a lot like my nature journal pages today. Yeah, I was still doing a lot of stuff with like different media that I'm not experimenting with as much anymore. But this was a good journal. 2 months to fill this journal, not bad. Still very active. Also, the balance of nature journaling to other types of art is going up. So the amount of time I spent on nature journaling is definitely increasing. I was still interested in the possibility of studying art at a higher level, which is interesting because I definitely am not interested in doing that anymore. Doing like an MFA. All right, where's my pen at? Number 15, Nature Journal number 15. Tracking, SRJC. What else? Tracking, lots of tracking. Wow, I was considering applying for an MFA program at this time. It's crazy. Also, this is when I first started doing my own nature journal club. Wow, so interesting. Whew. Okay. Life would have been very, very different. Okay, 516 to 716. So let's find, Tanzania. I'm about to go to Tanzania pretty soon here. Oh wait, no, that's in 2017. That's coming up though. Okay, 7/16. Woo! This is getting kind of tiring. I might have to eat some more brownie pretty soon here. Oh my gosh, I'm about to go nature journaling at the Natural History Museum. The dinosaurs in Chicago. Oh yeah, the what is it called? The Field Museum. That was so fun. There was also really good salsa dancing in Chicago, by the way, because that's how I ranked cities. Is one, is there good salsa dancing or bachata or kizomba dancing? And two, do they have natural history museums or aquariums? So Chicago scored pretty high in both of those. Vancouver also scored pretty high. If I can nature journal dinosaur bones during the day and then go salsa dancing at night, that is a good city. I'm doing a lot more landscapes here, and I think this is, I'm already leading my own classes. Is this one class that I led? Yep, the North Coast Nature Journal Club. So this is when I started leading nature journal clubs in the San Francisco North Bay area. And so this book is full of a lot more nature journal pages. This is one where it really is starting to turn into a lot more nature journaling and not as much of the other forms of art that have filled up some of my other books, even though I still have those. But yeah, I went to my sister's wedding, which was in Michigan, and stopped in Chicago and did a ton of nature journaling there. That was really fun. This is a cave bear skeleton right here. Look at that cave bear. Wow, I filled a lot of pages on that trip. I don't know where I got the energy from. I also designed a flyer for an event about tardigrades and fold scopes, which if you haven't looked them up before, I highly recommend looking up fold scopes. They're like a really cheap version of a microscope. And so that was a flyer that I designed for them. That was really fun. Yeah, there's some good stuff in this one. Looks like I nature journaled sheep or baby goats in this one. With Shannon Savage. That was fun. More trees, working on my charismatic old trees. So this was a good couple of months in 2016. So this is going to be number 16, going from 7/2016 to 10/2016. Number 16. Chicago. Dinosaurs, nature journaling dinosaurs, still going on a lot of tracking trips. Still trying to figure out a business. 2016, okay, so that's 4 years ago. Yeah. Still figuring out focuses, having lots of parties at my house. Okay. It's cool having all of that in one journal. I don't do that anymore. I separate out my journals. I have my bullet journals that I use for most of that kind of stuff now. Okay, 2016, 10/16. All right, what's next? I'm gonna take these out here. 1016. All right, what do we have next? That's 2018. That's way later. 1016, founded. Oh yeah, good year. I think this is when I did a full semester, a full load of art classes in community college. My first class was at 7. I got scholarships and to take a full semester, full load of classes, and my first class was at 7:30 in the morning, and my last class was at went until 10 o'clock at night. So I was on campus for over 12 hours. I was doing some like printmaking classes. So you can see here, this is from a print that I did in an etching class, and then I cut it out and glued it into my journal. And at this time, I'm combining nature journaling with a bunch of other types of journals. I think I've done page flips of this one before. Oh, and I went on a really cool weekend retreat that John Muir Laws led in Point Reyes, where we were nature journaling all weekend. And that was really instrumental in improving my nature journaling. It was so cool. I filled like 20 pages. I sketch noted during his talks. Yeah, really good. I'm pushing my values a lot more already. And doing some interesting inserts, like look at this. And a lot more experimental stuff, but really pushing my nature journaling a lot further and combining everything into one journal. This is the first time I led a nature journaling workshop during the elk rut. So when the elk are doing their mating behavior out at Point Reyes. And I've done that every single year. I've led 2 trips during the elk rut to nature journal the elk rut every single year. Until this last year because of COVID. It was the first year in like 5 years that I haven't done it. And we always see elk. We always see like northern harriers. We've seen coyotes out there. Always super, super fun. So this is a really good book, really showing my nature journaling, improving a lot, learning a lot from John Muir Laws. And this is number 17, I guess. 2 months to fill this nature journal. 10, 16, 12, 10, 16 to 12, 16. All right, this is one of the first ones where I created an index. So I actually have an index in the back that will help me know what's actually in this book. Very helpful. I didn't really sketch note it very well, but I can still find stuff in here a lot more easily. Lots of color tests. Oh, this is right before art parties. I was having art parties at my house. You can't have art parties at your house right now unless you're all in the same bubble. Okay, so that's number 17. All right, I'm at number 17. I think I'm more than halfway through. I'm going to check my camera over here and make sure the battery is not running out where I'm doing the time lapse. Then I'm going to eat some brownie, drink some water, and keep going. Whew, this is a marathon of journal organizing, but as you can see, there is some progress happening. The organization is going to be so much better than it was before. And of all these journals, on the floor that haven't been put away yet, I'm getting close. It looks like Sabrina has to go. Thank you so much for joining. Thanks for joining, and this will all be up later if you want to come back and see whatever you missed. But thanks for joining, Sabrina. Good night. It's late in Germany right now. And I'm gonna keep going. Drink some water, check this camera, and keep going. Right, let's do this. Whoa. Okay, I got the time lapse going over there. Gonna eat some food, drink some brownie, eat some food or whatever. It's supposed to be a really rainy day in California, but it's not so much. Oh, look, someone else from Germany. Hi, Ella. That's so interesting that there's, of the small number of people watching right now, that 2 people from Germany. Very cool. Welcome. All right, I'm going to keep going. So I've organized almost half of the journal so far. I'm going to keep going and share some of the pages with you. It's quite a marathon. It's taking a long time, so I really appreciate the support. And I've got to number 17, and I have about 30, over 30, 40. I'm not going to go into all of my journals before I start nature journaling, but try to just get about 40 of them done and better organized so that I can look through them and create better content for the nature journal show. So I just finished number 17. Let's see if I can find, next should start in January of 2017 or December 2016. Okay, here we go. This journal I took with me to Ecuador. So this journal has been to the Amazon jungle. Was a really fun time. I'm so glad I went on this trip. My friend Jacob organized it. This journal, this page I was doing on a canoe on a tributary of the Amazon River. Really exciting. You can see here, this is the picture of the engines that they use on the canoes for shallow water. Lots of cool pages here, nature journaling in English and Spanish. Really intense tropical jungle. Lots of cool plants, like for example, this orchid, a teeny tiny orchid that this is the actual size of the plant. And they told me that it never gets any bigger. Lots of cool butterflies and birds and amazing stuff going on. So that was quite a fun trip. I think I've done a whole page flip from this journal before and shown all of the pages. I did a lot of these snake diagrams where I show the patterns on the snake, other reptiles. I think I did a whole page flip on this, but I'll just show you a few more of the pages. It was really fun. I did a lot of note taking as well, and I was using color swatching a lot at that time. Here's a picture of the cooking fire. I definitely ate some interesting food while I was in the Amazon, and tried to practice getting some of the look and just the feeling of those environments. So I already have the dates on the front of this one, so I don't need to add that much more. And knowing that this was Ecuador, because this whole book was filled in Ecuador, I don't need to add too much more information. This one's kind of already organized. Where's my pen? But I will add the number, so this will be number 18. At this time, I was really interested in this project of nature journaling all over the world in tropical rainforests and tropical places with lots of biodiversity. And I had the goal of nature journaling in all the most biodiverse parts of the world in 5 years. So far, I've been to 3 of the most biodiverse countries, but that's it. And then COVID happened, so that makes the traveling a little bit harder. So this one goes to January 2017. So I need January 2017 to start again. That's January. Okay, found the next one here on the ground. Pencil miles, yay! So I think this same year, this was an intense year. I also went to Tanzania. So in this journal, I do a lot of practice. I'm going to show this one because this one has a lot of really cool stuff in it. So let me switch to my document camera here. This is a fun thing to do, just cut out. These are some color strips I did for an art class and some experimental color strips. And I just used them, I cut them out and glued them into the front of my journal to create sort of an artistic look there. Kind of fun. This was during a class that John Muir Laws led. So the Nature Journal Club, here's my metadata. I don't like how I did my metadata back then as much as how I do it now, but I definitely sketched a lot of birds on this trip. John Muir Laws talked about the different types of ducks and how to draw them. Kingfisher was really cool, so I tried drawing it a million times. I was definitely going for a strategy in this book where, like I wrote on the front, pencil miles. So I was just trying to draw things as many times as possible and get better through repetition. So you can see this kingfisher head is really hard to draw, and I just kept repeatedly drawing it. We did see a peregrine falcon, which was really cool. When I look back at all my nature journals, I realized that I've seen peregrine falcons a lot. More ducks, peregrine falcon again, and it looks like the grebes were doing their this cool mating display. I've got brownie crumbs all over the table here. More birds, practicing ice plant colors. This plant has challenging colors. Some landscapitos here. This is really starting to become like my modern journaling style. You can see I'm not using ink yet. I'm getting into this mode where I use graphite and watercolor, and that was my main drawing style for quite some time. Here I met up with some friends and drew one of my friend's dogs. That's when I was just really sketching everything. I probably should get back into that again. There's some really cool pages coming up here where I was just practicing a lot and drawing every day. So I started drawing every day and drawing the moon phase to keep track of the date and just to add a nice visual element to each page. And drawing from a lot of photos or just wherever I was, whatever I saw, I would draw it. Even my hand. I started studying animal anatomy quite a bit in preparation for my trip to Tanzania because we did a nature journal safari that year. Here's some drawings of animal tracks. I think these are, yeah, I don't even know what that is. Experimenting with different media for drawing tracks. Oh gosh. Some personal mindset journaling. Lots more of that. Here I start getting more into the anatomy again, looking at what are the muscles. And this is from Jack's book. He has some good sections about the muscles and the different animals. Or maybe this was from one of his classes. It's available on his blog. And I was drawing every single day. Here is a class I led, the North Coast Nature Journal Club, at the Carnivorous Plant Nursery. I love this place. Too bad I can't go there right now. But they have tons of amazing, beautiful carnivorous plants and orchids. And you can see here I'm using the water soluble, or maybe I stopped here, but I am using a little bit of ink here, which is better. And I am using watercolor on top of that and trying to do that all in the field. Here are some more. These carnivorous plants are quite beautiful. I love going there, and it was really fun nature journaling there with a bunch of other people. This is a super amazing carnivorous plant, and it has these light windows in the top so that light can come into the inside. Insects come in from the bottom, and because they see light in there, they think that's a way to escape, and then they get trapped. Here are some flowers from the pitcher plants. Sometimes it's confusing which part is the flower and which part is the pitcher. But I filled all of those even while I was teaching nature journaling. So that's a good sign. I started drawing skulls, and you can see my approach here with this line skull is just to repeat over and over and over again as a way of practicing. I'm also using these washes where I put in a wash in the background, something I haven't done in a long time. And at this point, I was waking up at like 4 in the morning, 4:45 in the morning every single day and practicing drawing for at least 30 minutes every morning, in addition to my other stuff that I do in the morning, like stretching and journaling, other types of journaling. And this was all to get ready for my Tanzania trip. And I think I started practicing for that trip like 2 months in advance. And you can see here I'm looking at an anatomy book and just studying the angles, and this is with a horse. But this is from this book called Cyclopedia Anatomica. I highly recommend that book. But I just wanted to study. These are tricky things on animals. And I knew I was going to be in Tanzania, and the animals were going to be moving quickly. I wanted to be able to draw those animals well, even if I only had a short opportunity. I didn't want to be learning about anatomy while on safari for a week. I wanted to learn about the anatomy before I got there and then apply it. This is cool. I should start doing this again where I put so that's the moon and that's Venus. I used to put that into my nature journal, and here we go is a lion showing the bones and the flesh around the bones. I want to start. I can't believe how disciplined I was, but part of me wants to start doing this again. I can't believe I was doing this every single morning for so long, waking up early and doing this. I was kind of crazy, but I was really inspired about this trip. With John Muir Laws is the one that organized the trip to Tanzania, and so I was just studying every single morning. This journal is really serious. I was really focused on trying to get the cat faces because they're so challenging to draw. And you can see here, it's I didn't give up with just one attempt at drawing the lion skull. I drew it. That's 10 times. That's more than 10 times. And so this is what I started to call the hyena method. And so the hyena might not be the fastest animal. It might not be the sexiest, and everyone kind of talks badly about the hyenas, but they just chew on a bone, and they'll chew on it for a long time, and they can chew through the biggest bones on the planet. And so my drawing approach that I wanted to practice was just repetition and just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. And you can see these lion faces, I drew them a lot of times and kept practicing. Oh, what does this angle look like on the leg? It's really important, this angle on the cat leg, on the big cat. So I drew it, and I drew this color in the background to try to understand it. Look, I zoomed in on the bones. How can you tell the difference between a tail vertebrae and a phalange, a finger bone? And just really in depth studied the anatomy. I did homework before this trip because I knew this was going to be a special trip. I wanted to do my homework before the trip, and every single morning I did. Look, elephants, lions, what do elephant bones look like? I drew them every single morning. I woke up before work, in addition to the other morning routine stuff, and I drew, from these anatomy books, repeatedly studying these African animals. And I filled 2 journals before that trip, just studying the proportions of the elephant, studying the lions again. What does the foot look like when it bends backward? This is a super characteristic cat feature. And why is that? Well, if you look at the bones, it's because they have this whole extra section. And sometimes you'll look at a cat, like I notice sometimes I look at these photos of mountain lions, and this part of the foot looks abnormal and so weird and so big, you know, so big. And if you look at the bones and study the bones, you'll see why that is. And that's because I think these are the carpal bones. Their carpal bones are super long. And that's what makes cats have that look. And if you can do a quick sketch of a lion and you can capture that and you know a little bit about that, it makes a big difference. And you don't want to be trying to figure that out when you're on safari and you're only there for 7 days. Their faces are so hard. So hard. They're so hard. So it's like you got to study that before you go thousands of miles to the other side of the planet, because you don't want to be trying to figure that out. Here's some stuff I was studying about rhinos conservation and how I think this was before. I think this rhino died now, but this was the last male. I think it's the last male white rhino. Wanted to draw that. Look in contrast to the cat. This is what the elephant foot and forearm looks like. Contrast to the cat. Man, I was so disciplined. I can't believe it. Here I am focusing a little bit more on the movement part. Elephants are hard. Even with all this practice, it was still hard for me once I got there to Tanzania. Wildebeest, I should have practiced them more because we saw so many. I was also drawing from documentaries. I'm gonna do a video coming up how to nature journal from documentaries, so don't worry. Getting a little bit of color, practicing how to get in these little scenes. All right, that's this journal. This was a good year, very good year. I mean, not a year, it was like a couple months. So, time to add this one to the stack. The stack is getting smaller as these are getting more organized. So let's add the information on the front of this one and get it ready to go. So this is number 19. This is right after getting back from Ecuador. And the dates are 1/17 to 3/17. Filled it in 2 months. So it seems like with all of these journals over here, sort of my first half of my sketchbook nature journals, I was filling them in around 2 months, sometimes less. 1/17 to, so what did I say? That would be 3/17? 3/17. Right now, my current journal, I think I've been working on it for like 3 or 4 or 5 months. Okay, number 19. Oh. Well, actually, no, there's some field trips, but a lot of study. North Coast Nature Journal Club, and study for Tanzania. Okay, well, I think next is, wait, there's one more book where I'm studying for Tanzania. 3/17, I need 4/17. $3.17, $4.17. Ecuador too. Oh no, I missed one. I filled 2 books in Ecuador, so I messed up my numbers. I'm gonna have to add a half number. Oh no, should I share some of the pages from this one? Oh man, how did that happen? I think I had overlapping dates. So this is why you shouldn't have 2 sketchbooks going at one time, because it gets really confusing. Oh, someone posted. Oh, Ella posted and Ivea posted. Hi, Ivea! Yay! Yes, Evea. Oh, I didn't know Jack has a class going on right now. This video will be available to watch later. And then I'll answer Ella. Ella, how about you guess how old I am, okay? Because that makes it more fun for both of us. And Evea, it will be, this should be available. I might have to make it available for patrons only after a certain amount of time, but it will be available for a while, as a recorded one. Oh, Ella's guessing. Okay, you're close. You're close. Close. I'm not going to tell you yet, though. All right, so this is the second Ecuador book. I'm going to switch. I've got chocolate crumbs. You have to be careful with chocolate in your journals because the chocolate can start to like mess up the pages. And I've noticed that sometimes after nature journaling in the dark at night and eating chocolate, and then later I noticed that there's all these little brown stains on the paper from the chocolate. Speaking of chocolate, look at this chocolate river in Ecuador. This river was amazing. And I think in our brains, a lot of times we think of water as a certain color, symbolically a certain color, and figuring out how to draw water when it's not actually brown is really, really challenging. And so this was an amazing, and I'm really interested in fluid dynamics and how to draw them. How to draw rapids, how to draw the different patterns in water, especially because they're so, they move so much that they can be really challenging. And Leonardo da Vinci did a bunch of cool studies. I still need a lot more practice, but I was on this amazing bridge. I wish I had a photo right now that I could show, but on this amazing bridge above this crazy river in Ecuador. So this was the second journal. I filled 2 journals while I was in Ecuador, or almost 2. And this is something I like to do also is I squish mosquitoes onto the page. Then I have that information and also like DNA for the future. Ha ha ha, DNA, get it? In case anyone wants to clone me in the future, after a mosquito bites me, I tend to squish it into my nature journal. But here's some cool stuff. Here's a roof, a thatched roof. That I got a sketch in the Amazon and some basic information about some ethnobotany in the Amazon. That was really fun. I was experimenting with these water-soluble papers. Here was this really cool waterfall. Drawing waterfalls is always challenging. I was experimenting a lot with how to draw fog and mist in the jungle. More waterfall on a really wet day. It's hard to do watercolor on a wet day. This is all in Ecuador. There's that river. More waterfalls. I kept going back to the waterfall. I was doing a lot of color swatches. Here's more of that river, the chocolate river. And I think I visited the orchid house. There was an amazing collection of orchids. At first, I was afraid to draw them because orchids are so beautiful. How can you even draw them? Here, I tried nature journaling at night. This is Quito in the capital at night, capital city at night. More of the orchids. They're just absolutely amazing. And then here's at the all these reptiles. And I tried to do this system. And this is something that Akshay Mahajan does, and I tried doing it on this trip. He's done it with mammals. I've only done it with reptiles and fish, but how can you separate, because when you see the animal like a snake all curled up like this, it's hard to separate the shapes from the color pattern. And so here what I was trying to do is like to separate the pattern from the actual snake and simplify it, because the pattern by itself is really complex. And if you just focus on the pattern and try to separate it from like, oh, this is a round snake, it makes it easier. So here, this is the boa constrictor with no pattern on it. And you can see I'm trying to get the volume, the round shapes that show like it's a 3-dimensional object like my arm. And then down here, I get the colors. And especially because look, from the side, it looks one way, from the top, it looks one way, and closer to the tail, it looks a totally other way. And in another lifetime, oh, I'm upside down. in another lifetime, I would be like a fashion designer and I would just copy patterns from nature and make like, what if you could make some leggings that look like that? I mean, that would be so cool. More snake patterns. They're so cool. And so this is my second book from Ecuador, and here's the index for it. And so I'm going to have to add that now into the whole batch because I missed it. I somehow missed it. So that means I'm going to have to make like this is number 18.5, I guess. That's one benefit of just doing one journal at a time. If you're having multiple journals at a time, how are you going to organize them on your shelf? Maybe you can organize them by theme instead of organizing them chronologically. I'm not sure. So this goes from 117 to 217. That's why I missed it, because it overlaps with this one. This one also started in 117. Busted, Marley. Breaking your own rule. Okay, so 117 to 217. I'm not going to tell the story about how I got stuck in Ecuador when I missed my plane and then didn't have enough money to buy a new ticket to get back to the US. I'll save that story for another episode. Luckily, I had a journal to write down all of my woes. 117. Oh, I should do this at the top. 117 to 217. 2017, that was a good year. So this is number 18.5. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so much easier for me to find my journals after this. And that way when I do a Nature Journal Show episode and I wanna show you something, I'll just be able to go into here and just find them so much more easily. Yeah, there was some interesting stuff going on in my life at that time too. So Ecuador, and let's see what else. I'm gonna write snakes, snake patterns. I think I was falling madly in love at this time. So I'll draw a little heart on here. That was amazing and distracting. Okay, so 18.5 and 19. Boom, got those. Okay, who's next? So next I need 317. March 2017. Here we go. Oh, and this one doesn't even have it written. March 2017. Leading my own Nature Journal Club for the North Coast Nature Journal Club. Ella, and going back to my thing, Ivea, like, totally knows my birthday and how old I am. So yes, I am 37. I am 37. So Ella, you guessed very close. And yeah, so let's see. This one has a lot of tracking stuff and leading my own Nature Journal Club classes. Lots of that, and then also getting back into preparing for Tanzania. So I'm going to switch on to my document camera and show you how I combined my study and preparation with nature journaling in the field. Because sometimes I say it's not nature journaling if it's not in the field. Or like if you're nature journaling from photos, it's not nature journaling. Well, here are some examples of how I combine the two. And you can even see on this page, I have a landscapeito that I did in the field, and then I have lion legs. I'm gonna go get a little bit of water to drink and be right back. But here is some lion pages that you can see. And the journal organizing marathon continues with this journal. Doesn't say anything on the front, but another Pencil Miles journal where I was really doing a lot of studying, getting ready for this Tanzania trip. So you can see I'm studying this really gestalt look of the lion back leg, something that I wanted to do, and I was drawing every single morning for at least 30 minutes, and it was usually at I think I was waking up. My alarm was set for 4:45 in the morning, and here's some more study, and I'll show you the book that I was really using a lot as a reference. This field guide is one of the best field guides ever. Someday I want to meet this guy, Jonathan Kingdon. This field guide is amazing, and I drew every single mammal in this book, every single mammal that is known to be in Tanzania. So I decided that before the trip, I would go through here and every single one, even the rodents. Do you know how many rodents there are in Tanzania? There's a lot, okay? Look at these. Look at how many shrews there are. Look at those things, you know? They're crazy. And the bats? I didn't draw these marine mammals, though. And look at this. Eastern tree hyrax? So I went through here and I drew every single one in preparation for the trip. I didn't do the birds, I must admit. What's the difference between a white rhino and a black rhino? Supposedly in the black rhino, in the white rhino, the calf runs in front of the mom, and in the black rhino, the calf runs behind the mom. Isn't that interesting? So anyways, I was doing this every single morning, practicing the tracks. I studied all of the tracks, African mammal tracks. I borrowed a book all about African mammal tracks. I drew all of them that were known to be in Tanzania, and I practiced every single one of the mammals that were known to be in Tanzania because I'm going to go all the way to Tanzania. Oh, this is something I always forget to bookmark. This is a way you can draw from shadows from trees and create sort of like a pattern. It's really good to do on the front page of your journal. I meant to show this the other day in the Long Valley, Great Valley Nature Journal Club. Here's another example. Okay, here's some nature journaling in the field. Ooh, a nice charismatic tree. Maybe you saw my recent episode about how to nature journal old trees. Back to the morning practice. Every single day doing that. So many mammals, baboons, multiple species of baboons. I definitely got to see those close up. I got to eat baboon while I was there staying with the Hadzabe. I also got to see one of these. They're so cool. The caracal. Such an amazing cat. It can jump higher, I think, than any other cat. Their back legs are so long. Their ears are really characteristic. Serval, also got to see one of those. Super cool cat. I got to draw that in real life. Amazing. So cool to see that. Here are some antelopes. And what is that? A impala. Impala, not to be confused with a gazelle. And the Sangis, I wish I had seen one of these. They're so cool. There's one of these that's named, why am I blanking on his name? Oh no. There's one of these that's named after Nelson Mandela, and they're so cool. And I think I saw tracks from these, and I saw like one species while I was with the Hadzabe in Tanzania, but so cool. Here is where I started really practicing drawing a lot from documentaries, watching them on YouTube, and then sketching as I went, and just practicing drawing from moving. And I would put it in slow motion sometimes. I think at this point I was practicing like 3 or 4 hours a day. You can see this is all in one day. So this is in the morning. This is after work when I got home in the evening, practicing from a documentary about the Serengeti. Sometimes having a trip to look forward to is really motivating for your practice. So it's full moon now, drawing cheetahs, hyenas from documentary. practicing simplified watercolors, how to simplify, wildebeest, and distant animals. Oh man, I never got to see one of these or one of these, but I would love to see a gannet or an African civet. Such cool animals. And they're vivirid, so they're basically in the carnivora with cats, but their own family. They're not in the feline family, but they're very cat-like in some ways. The hyenidae are also in their own family within the carnivora. They're not in the canine family. Many people think that hyenas are in the canine family. And while I was studying them, I started falling in love with them, and they're so underappreciated and maligned. I mean, geez, just watch Disney and you'll be so disappointed. Hi, Jean is on here. Hi, Jean. So good to see you. Yeah, I think it was a big trip, and it's hard to be totally prepared for a trip like this. But I did my best. Here you can see some of the rodents. There are some fascinating rodents in East Africa, and I tried to draw every single one of them from this field guide before I went and even study about them. Didn't see too many of the actual rodents while I was there. More rodents. That whole rodents took me quite a while to get through all of those, but I did draw all of them. Here's some stuff I did in the field. Ooh, practicing lions from behind. More stuff practicing from watching documentaries. How can you draw the lions while they're moving? Ella Green is asking me, what is my profession? I am a professional nature journal educator. 100% of the time now. Starting in October. It's kind of crazy, but it's true. I am a professional nature journaler. It's true. It's kind of funny to say that, but it's true, and mostly it's through teaching now. Even though the majority of what I do is free, I do have some extra stuff that I charge for, and I'm not making that much money right now, but it's enough, and I'm living off of it. Here's a lion biting. I mean, sometimes animals are in weird positions, so you have to practice that. Here are lions taking down a wildebeest. This one's biting it underneath, and this one's biting on the butt. Let me know if you want to see an episode about how to nature journal from documentaries. I'm going to try to do a video about that. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it quite yet, but oh my God, this is hilarious. Okay, so sometimes when it's 4:45 in the morning and you're nature journaling African rodents, you start to write funny stuff. So like, for example, I wrote in like these thought bubbles or speech bubbles for this rat, and this is a broad-headed stink rat, it's a multi-mammate rat. It's a species of rat in Africa, and it says, bet you can't guess how many mammae. And just in case you didn't know, that word right there, mammae is the plural for mammary glands. And so this species of rat, and so this one guesses 20, and then this one says, oh yeah, well my mama's got more. So making a little etymological pun there. But this type of rat has 8 to 12 pairs of mammae. So that means pairs, so that's 16 to 24 mammary glands. That is amazing. 16 to 24 nipples on this rat. So if there are kids watching, it's okay, because nipples don't need to be sexualized, especially in animals. It's part of being a mammal, and it is actually the etymological origin of what you call your mom, and a mammal is mammary glands. And so just funny early morning humor that I had while I was nature journaling these rats that have a lot of mammary glands. And how about mammary glands on elephants? Have you ever seen them? And did you know that they're actually up here? Unlike a lot of non-human mammals that have their mammary glands further back here. On elephants, they're actually up here, almost like humans. I couldn't believe it when I saw them in the field. I did not learn that while I was studying about them and didn't see that until I was actually in Tanzania. Quite amazing. If you don't know about mammary glands, please do a Wikipedia search and just put a little time into looking at them. Now, here's something that is a really cool animal that doesn't have mammary glands, the crocodilians. And this was from a really cool documentary that I highly recommend called The Adventure. It's on YouTube. Really good. Here I'm thinking about some of my goals for the trip. Jean says she would be interested. Okay, I'm going to do one on nature journaling from documentaries. I'm just trying to figure out what is the best way to film it. Here are some more. These are all landscapitos I did from documentaries. This is all before I actually went to Tanzania. Oh, I'm still not done with the rodents. You can see here, still working on these rodents because I drew every single species of rodent known to be in Tanzania before the trip. More rodents. Yay! The rodents are never ending. Here are some climbing mice. These climbing mice have special adaptations on their front feet to grab onto bushes. Here you can see I'm practicing what are the colors I think are going to be most useful in Tanzania. Ooh, can you see the cheetah hiding in the foreground? Their faces are really hard to draw. Quick sketches of wildebeest. If you're going to go on a nature journal safari, you need to practice drawing wildebeest really quickly. Oh my gosh. And as I continue, I'm still stuck in the rodents, the dormice. More rodents. It's not over yet. More multi-mammate rats. Groove-toothed rats. Okay, this was at a museum. I went to the MoMA, Museum of Modern Art. Very different. Oh, I got busted. So there was a Matisse exhibit, and I went to the Museum of Modern Art in San Francisco, and I had my sketches because I wanted to sketch and learn from, it was Diebenkorn and Matisse side by side, two fascinating artists, and it was interesting that they had them side by side. And they do a lot of really interesting, they both do really interesting stuff with composition and with color. Side by side. I got totally busted while I was there with my watercolor kit. They were like, you can't use that in here. So then I had to switch to doing just black and white. And for learning about those particular artists, black and white wasn't that helpful. But anyways, that's what happens sometimes. Okay, and then back. It's new moon now, but I'm still studying all of these rats because there's a million species of rodents, and I wanted to draw every single one of them. Here is a class that I taught, nature journaling class. More nature journaling classes. Nature journaling classes. Back to, oh yeah, finally done with the rodents, because these are shrews, and shrews are not rodents. If you look at their teeth, you'll realize that they are very carnivorous, and they're more closely related to bats than they are to rats. So shrews are more closely related to bats than they are to rats. And if you look at their skull, you'll definitely realize that. I drew all of these African shrews, but I didn't see any of them when I was there. I did see some bats though. Oh my gosh, this is such a cool graphic. So I tried to do this infographic to show the differences between mammalian hands and how much the hand is made for grabbing versus for standing on, and that the adaptive difference. So for example, our feet or the feet of an antelope are really bad for grabbing onto things. but they're way more adapted to running or standing on the ground. And there's a continuum there. And so, and there's a gravity aspect. So for hanging, for example, like there's some of these, that must be a bat, that has these toes that are super good for just hanging straight upside down. And these ones are good for standing on the ground. Good question. Oh, Jackson's on here. Hey, what's up, Jackson? Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to interview another fisher person who does some like cool fishing and drawing of fish. He has a YouTube channel. I'll tell you about it later, Jackson, because I know you're into fish. And then to answer Gene's question, Gene, there are small rodents in Tanzania, but there are also some really big ones. For example, there are porcupines, which I saw, and I collected. Well, let me get one of the spines. But porcupines are a rodent, and they have those, and they're huge. But we also have porcupines in North America too. So I would say in North America and in Africa, we probably have a similar range of rodent size. So these are porcupine spines. When I was with the Hadzabe, we found this hole. The Hadzabe are a hunter-gatherer tribe in Tanzania, and I nature journaled and hung out with them for a week, and we found this huge hole, and one of the guys went down into the hole to try to catch one of these, and I picked up some of the spines and did some nature journaling of that while I was there. But in North America, we also have porcupines, and they're probably like almost as big as your dog. Beavers are another rodent that are also very large. I think the biggest rodent in the world is the capybara, which is in South America. And in Tanzania, there's probably rodents this big and then rodents up to that big. So probably a similar range to North America. Maybe I'll just stick this. It might be slightly dangerous to leave this here, but maybe I'll stick these porcupine quills into my, I'll stick them there. No one will even notice them, but I'll be more dangerous now. Okay, I'm almost done with this, going through the pages of this book, and then I'm going to organize it back on the shelf, because that's what this is all about, is the organizing. Bats. Oh, flying foxes. Wish I had seen one of those. I did see one of these, though, and I know this looks like some kind of weird Disney character right there, but that's an actual bat, and I did see one of those. Very weird. More bats. Their faces are crazy. Try drawing a bat face and you'll realize it's really hard. More bats. And then back to hyenas, because I love hyenas. I practiced drawing hyenas a lot before this trip. And on the first trip to Tanzania, we didn't get to see the hyenas very much, which was sad. But on the second trip, got to see them so much. It was awesome. Okay, so that is the page flip for this one. Now I'm just going to add the important organizational information and put it back on the shelf where it belongs. So this is number 19, because we're at, this starts in 3/17, so March 17, April, May, yeah, March 17, 3/17, all the way to, where did I even end this one? So you got to put in the dates or else it gets confusing. I ended 5/17. 3/17. So this one I filled it in 2 months. That seems like that's kind of an average for all of these nature journals right here. So like my first 20 nature journals. Oh shoot. Wait. Oh no. This one's gonna be 20. 3/17 to 5/17. This is number 20 right here. Nature journal number 20. And it's a lot of that study for Tanzania. I'd say that's the main thing in this one. Okay, so that's 20 right there. 18, 18 and a half, 19, 20. Okay, so now I need to find the one that starts in May 2017. Oh, there it is. All right, we're getting out of order here. because now they're spread out on the ground. Okay, May 2017, right here, found that one. Boom. Okay, let's see what we got in this one. Tried some weird, this was obviously way too water soluble of an ink to use in that way. But just did my intro kind of information there. And this one goes for 1 month. I filled it in 1 month. Getting off to a good start with some really not the best drawings, but just like starting off with some blind contour drawings of my hand. I think I was teaching kids. Usually when I teach, I try to add in the metadata. This is my metadata right here. So I've got the location, the weather, the temperature, the date. I now like to add the names of some of the people that I'm with, but I'm obviously teaching about how to draw branches, and maybe you've seen my Nature Journal Show episode about how to draw trees where I talk about the smiley faces and the frowny faces. Obviously here I'm teaching about value. I think this was teaching kids. This is the donut method for drawing tree branches. More nature journaling, some of these acorn woodpeckers. This is at a local park. Oh my gosh, it looks like I'm still on bats. So I'm back to my Tanzania preparation. I'm going to flip to my document camera here and give you the play-by-play as I go through these pages. Now, look, I am into the Canidae. So like I said, I drew every single mammal known to be in Tanzania before that trip, before that Nature Journal safari. So at this point, I'm systematically going through the mammals, and I've gotten to the canine. So I didn't think I was going to see these in the part of Tanzania that I was going to be in, but I still tried drawing them. This is another Nature Journal class, teaching kids. Still drawing some tracks. And then here, back to the Canidae. And you can see the jackals. Did see some jackals. There's multiple species of jackals. Oh, I wanted to see one of these bat-eared foxes so badly. What a cool animal. They have 45 to 60 cusp teeth. That is more than any other non-marsupial land mammal. So there's no other land mammal besides the marsupials that has as many teeth as the bat-eared fox. It also has these crazy special muscles because it's adapted to eating scorpions and other poisonous arthropods and things like that, maybe snakes too. So it needs to be able to like chew really fast. It can chew like bite down more times, more quickly than any other animal, 5 times a second. Time yourself right now. Go ahead and take a maybe take like a little bit of brownie or a little bit of gum and set your stopwatch and see how many times you can bite down in 1 second. Because the bat-eared fox can do it over 5 times. If you have any scorpions on hand, go ahead and just put one of those in your mouth and see if you can bite down 5 times in 1 second and kill the scorpion and eat it before it stings you in the mouth. And that will just give you a little bit of a first-hand perspective on what it's like to be a bat-eared fox and why they've evolved to be able to have that many cuspid teeth and those special muscle adaptations to bite down so fast. Anyways, I really wanted to see one of those. They're so cute. Let me see if I can find it in this book. So cute and so fascinating from biomechanical perspective that I really, oh, there they are. Oh my gosh. I wanted to see one of those so badly. Did not see one of those, even though there was one part of the Ngorongoro crater where we could have seen one. And it looks like there's 2 subspecies. So there's Otocyon megalotis, and there's Otocyon megalotis virgatus. And it's virgatus in East Africa and megalotis in South Africa. And so the East African one is the one we would have been able to see. Didn't actually see it on the trip, but this is definitely on my list of things that I would love to see. So they have between 46 and 50 sharp cusped teeth. Count your own teeth, and you'll realize that is a lot. Such a cool animal. I'm not usually a huge fan of the Canidae, but the bat-eared fox is friggin' awesome. Oh, anyways, okay, now the mustelids. So there are cool mustelids in Africa too. There's some of these. Everybody talks about the honey badger in the U.S. because there were some funny like YouTube videos about it. There's also a zorilla, which is kind of like the Spanish name for skunk. And then there are otters, the clawless otter, and there's this striped weasel. I don't think I saw that one. Didn't see that. And then now we're in the Feliformia, which is not a family, but it includes the civets and stuff like that. So, wow, I practiced drawing. Oh, this is a separate thing. Now I'm finally in the Felidae, the cat family, and I drew every single species that we could see in Tanzania. I did see these, the serval cats. Did see these, the caracal. Such cool animals. Most extreme ear flagging. So a lot of felines seem to use their ears for communicating intra-species, so with other members of their species, like while they're hunting. And one thing I noticed is that almost all of them have black on the back of their ears, at least with the African species. Okay, now we're into Krakuta. Krakuta, yeah, the hyena always gets a bad rap. But I think they're really cool. And the aardwolf is also in that same family. Ooh, it's finally raining harder outside where I live. That's part of why I wanted to do this video today. Oh, the cheetah, the Viveridae. The gannets are in the Viveridae as well. Super cool, sort of like in between a weasel and a cat. Wow, anyways, yeah, I drew every single one of those African mammals before the trip. I did some nature journaling at home. Look, I always squish mosquitoes in my book. Drawing from, like I said, drawing from documentaries, and I will do some more. I'll do a video all about that in the future. Here are some nature journal trips that I led. Oh, the pangolin. Ooh, new moon. So this is when I was doing the moons every time. Obviously would have been cool to see that. Their tongue is ridiculous. If you haven't read anything about pangolin tongues, I highly recommend it. Oh, Jackson did a hyena project in 3rd grade. That's awesome. You must have been at a cool, had a cool class or cool school where you got to do something like that. Vultures obviously also get another animal like it's a bad rap, but I think they're really cool. Especially this is the lappet-faced vulture. They have this amazing pink color, and I really wanted to learn how to get this color before I went to Tanzania. This sort of pink fading into, oh no, are these pages stuck together? Pink fades into like a purple gray color. Anyways, lots more practice. I was just drawing every single day, practicing drawing from documentaries and other stuff about Tanzania, about Africa, how to draw like tons of animals all together. You know, scenes with like, we didn't get to see this many kill sites, you know. We did see a few, but it's cool to be able to see scavengers. Anyways, I did a ton more. Obviously, I didn't get into the birds as much as I could have, but there's a ton of cool birds in Tanzania. I tried to really practice the mammals before the trip. That was the main idea. And I did have some more other nature journaling trips in this book. So I think this one's ready to go on the shelf. And I did a funny thing here. I did do an index in this one. So I can find kind of some of the major stuff. So maybe I don't need to write that on the cover as much. And I also did this thing that I think is kind of funny and that maybe I'll do more, is I did like an about the author. It's kind of a joke, but it's a funny little about the author page in the back of my journal. And I did write journal means daily as a reminder to do it every single day. Woo! Okay, that's a good one. I'm going to have to put that one on the shelf now, organize it, give it a number, drink some water, eat some of my chocolate brownie right here. That's starting to spill crumbs all over the place. So let me know if you have any questions about any of the stuff that I've shared so far. Whew, I've been doing this now. Let's see. I'm going on 3 hours. Let's see how many hours it takes me to organize all of my nature journals. It's a marathon. Where is my pen? Uh-oh. Where's my silver pen? Here it is. Number 21. This one took me 1 month to fill. Less than 1 month. Wow. 517 to 617. This is number 21. I'm not trying to show off about like how many journals I have, even though I am proud of it. But I think the main thing is like I need to organize these freaking journals because like if I want to do a nature journal show and I want to talk about certain things, I need to be able to find them or else it's a pain in the butt. And like I have this shelf that's just been loaded with journals and they didn't have anything on the cover or on the spine. I don't have like a Dewey Decimal System or like cards or anything to look them up by topic or by chronology. So what I'm trying to do is just get a slightly better system. I also have random sticky notes in a lot of them. So I'm trying to get a better system so that I can show you guys, what I'm up to, or if you have any questions, or if I'm doing like a live video and someone asks, I can reference them and find them more easily. Okay, so that's 21. All right, so next I need like 617 or 717. Oh, maybe the first one is this. Maybe I'm into Tanzania already. 617. Oh yeah, 728. Okay, here we go. Tanzania. I'm not going to be able to go through all. I've done a journal share where I basically like went through this whole Tanzania sketchbook. Oh my gosh, this was so crazy at this spot. This was at Lake. Was this Lake Tarangire? No, this wasn't Tarangire. This was Lake Manyara National Park. The birds here, like this jacana. Oh my gosh, and there were hippos. That place was crazy. Hippos, baboons. I'm not going to go all the way into this. Like, this this crater that we walked into was amazing. Flamingos in this lake. I'm not going to go into this whole nature journal. This is that's an ostrich. Cheetah that we saw. Secretary bird, my favorite bird of all time. I'm not going to go into all of this. Oh my gosh, the crested hoopoe. That's one of the other coolest birds of all time. I'm not going to go into all of this right now. The first elephants I ever saw, abandoned mongoose, dik-dik, impala, zebras, hornbills, elephant skulls. I mean, I think I did a whole journal share about this in another video that you can look up. I have other videos about my Tanzania trip. My time with the Hadzabe hunter-gatherers. They're basically living in a way that all of our ancestors would have lived like that in East Africa. And they hunt with bow and arrow. These are baboons that they hunted while I was there. Really intense, trying to follow them around. They're master trackers. They hunt with these long bows, poison-tipped arrows. Super cool spending time with them. I spent a whole week with them. I drew all of their archery gear. This is the poison that is wrapped around the arrow shafts. They only use that on animals above a certain size, because if you use it on animals that are too small, the poison isn't diluted enough and then you can't eat the meat. On the other ones, they use, like, for example, on birds and small game, they use these, which in archery terminology are called blunts. They're not sharpened. They have a blunt point, and that kills by trauma. The fletching on the arrows was super amazing. Anyways, if you want to know more about that, you should check out my whole book about my Tanzania trip, or some of my videos where I talk about it. But this is the Tanzania one. So I filled 2 journals on that trip. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the info on this one. This is number 1, Tanzania number 1. And so they're both just 717. What's this one? This might get a little confusing here. So I'm at number 22, 717 to 717, whatever. That's fine to write that. (17), and this is number 22. And I already have the subject on here because it's all done in Tanzania. It's kind of crazy to think that this sketchbook has been to Tanzania, and it was in the field, like with hunter-gatherers, and in the Serengeti, in the Ngorongoro crater. This journal has been all over the place. All right, so that's number 22. That means this one's number 23. And so one thing is, when you go on a trip, sometimes it's like, sometimes when you go on a trip, you're like, oh, well, I should use this nature journal just for this trip. And then you get back and you don't want to fill the rest of the pages once you get home. I went ahead and filled more pages once I got home, but half of this journal is from Tanzania, and half of it is from Northern California, and I think that's fine. I personally would rather have like a journal that's totally full, and it looks like I left space to do an index and never. Oh no, look, there's an index. Why did I write 80 2017? That's kind of funny. Oh, here's a great quote from C.S. Lewis that I wrote down in here that I should read to you. This is so interesting. Okay. Sometimes it's so cool to have a journal where you like write down quotes and ideas, and then later you find them and they can be so interesting and surprising. Okay, so this is something that I've thought about a lot as an educator. This is a quote that really resonated with me, though, and it's from C.S. Lewis, the author, and it says, "The fellow pupil can help us more than the master can because he knows less. The difficulty we want him to explain is one he has recently met. The expert met it so long ago that he has forgotten." So basically what that's saying is that when someone is so much of an expert, they're actually often not as good of a teacher because they have learned that thing so long ago and they struggled with learning it a really long time ago. And you're way back here and they're way up here. They can't relate to your experience as a learner. And so I really believe in this idea that you should start teaching as soon as you start learning something, and that if you can, as much as possible, be able to relate to the learning experience and the struggle of learning something that your students are going through, you will be able to teach them better. That's why a lot of times, like if you go to colleges where all of the professors are geniuses in their field, those geniuses aren't going to be as good at teaching you because they're such an expert that they take it for granted and they are unable to relate to your experience as a learner. Anyway, so that's a great quote from C.S. Lewis that I wrote down in this one. And so this is Tanzania 2. Let me see if I have any other cool. Here's some more Hadzabe pages, more of their arrows. I was meeting them at like 5 in the morning before they would go out hunting every day, and they make fire with friction fire, which is really cool. These are some of their edible plants that they use. harvesting some baobab fruit that they eat. Their dogs, they use dogs for on their hunting trips. Here's some more archery gear. This is the arrow before they put the poison on it. And let's see what else. Here's some more of the fruit that they ate. I got to eat all of these different cool fruit when I was there for a week. Here are some of the animals that they hunted. They hunted this dik-dik, and this is where the entry wound is. That's actually, if you know about archery, that's like the perfect spot. They have very good aim. And they actually hunted this hawk too, and they eat everything. They hunt and eat everything. Actually painted these squares with the blood from that animal. So this is real blood right there. Sorry if you're vegetarian or anything like that. This part might not be for you. Here's a francolin that they shot, and here's one of the primitive axes that they use. So it was really cool to nature journal with them and to follow them. And they also hunt for honey. They're living in a way that is more human than the way that we live, because for the majority of the time that our species have been on the planet, we lived in this part of the world, and we lived in the way that they're living still to this day, hunting and gathering. So it's really cool to see about that. Oh, that's so cool. It sounds like Jackson is doing a biography on John Muir Laws. Wow. That's awesome. Is that for your, let me know if that's for your school or what. That sounds really interesting. Now I'm going to add this one to the stack. I think that's number 23 now. Number 23. Making some progress here. Okay, and the dates are, I think this is 7/17 to 9/17. Oops, smeared it a little bit. 7/17 to 9/17. Whoa. Okay, try not to smear that ink. Okay, so now I need 10/17 or something like that. 10/17, here we go. Okay. All right. This is a good idea. I wish I should do more like that. That's kind of a cool thing to just glue into here. I did a bunch of nature journaling at the San Diego Zoo in this one, so there's a bunch of cool pages. I'm not going to go into them all right now. I love these gharials. They're a type of crocodilian. This place is closed right now, otherwise I would have been nature journaling there and made a video about it. I do have a video called How to Nature Journal in Crowded Public Places, where I nature journaled at the zoo in San Diego, but I couldn't do it this year. There's some great turkey vulture. But that's a good location, and I couldn't go there this year. Have some other interesting stuff in here. This is nature journaling at the California Academy of Sciences. I love the fish there. Yeah, so that's this one, 10/17 to 1/18. So this one took me a few months, 10/17 to 1/18. I'm gonna put this one on the shelf. I made it to 2018 now. Number 24. And I've got some notes here, San Diego Zoo. What else is going on in this one that I should record? San Diego Zoo. I've got Nature Journal Club. I wonder what's going on. I have my regular mindset journaling stuff, life journaling in here as well. there were some big fires going on at that time. Okay, yeah. So this is October. So this is the fall in California. There was a bunch of big fires this year in 2017. So I'm gonna write that down. Even though I didn't nature journal them, I have my regular journals, and they were impacting me. Okay, so San Diego fires number 24. Now I need to find February 2018. Here we go. Wait, no, 5/18. That's not right. Oh, 11, 16, 18. Okay, gotta find this one in the piles. This is 2019. 2020. Worst year ever. Just kidding. Okay, 2020, another one for 2020. Oh gosh. Okay, so let's see. I need February 2018. Where is it? Here we go. 1/4/18 to 5/22. So it starts in January. Okay, found it. Look at this, some cool landscape ethos in this one. Leading nature journal journal clubs in the North Bay, San Francisco North Bay area. See what else is interesting in this one. Mostly leading nature journal clubs. Here is at the Carnivorous Plant Nursery, nature journaling there. I was basically leading nature journal classes at the Carnivorous Plant Nursery at least once or twice a year, and then going there on my own a lot. It's a really good place to go in the summer or the winter, because if it's raining, it doesn't matter because you're in a nursery. I'm starting to do a morning journaling style in here before I started using my bullet journal for that. So a lot of mindset stuff going on. Not sure what exactly. I'm not going to get into that too much in detail right now, but mostly North Coast Nature Journal Club stuff in here. I'm not taking classes at the any art classes at this time. Let me see. Okay, Jean's leaving. Bye, Jean. Oh, Cressida has a cool idea about labeling her journals by attaching something to the spiral binding. That makes sense. I'd love to see how exactly that works. Maybe to use tape or something like that. That sounds interesting. And thanks for joining, Jean. Bye. And then Jackson. That's cool. I guess, are you saying your favorite animal is the gharial? That'd be really cool. Thanks, Cressida. Glad you enjoy seeing the different styles and approaches. If you can, let me know how you attach the something to spiral binding. I'd be really curious. That's something I probably should have thought of. Because that's sort of the whole reason why I'm doing it on the front, is because I couldn't think of a way to attach or draw or write anything on this part. Okay, number 25. Oh no, I spilled brownies on my new pants. Okay, so this one goes from, what are the dates on this one? 1/18 to 5/18. And this is number 25. Okay, what is in here that I need to mention? It's just nature journal clubs. Pretty much. Field trips. Back when we could do field trips, And then I think there's a lot of life stuff going on, but I am not going to read all that. Oh, look, I nature journaled sushi. Oh, that was really cool. Nature journaling sushi. Okay, number 25. Wow. Okay, so now I have a whole pile over here. I have a whole pile over there. I have organized ones up here, but I'm running out of space. Well, maybe I can fit in a few of them now that I create a little bit more space. 19. Whew. Okay, so now I need to find one that starts in May or June of 2018. Uh-oh, what's this? Uh-oh. Oh no! I found one. Oh my gosh, there is some kind of gap. I found another one where I'm drawing the mammals in Africa, so that means it must be. Oh shoot, I made a mistake here. Okay, so I thought I was at 23, 917. So this one goes. Oh, there's somehow 2 books in between. I don't get this. So I found a journal that now has these dates that don't match up. Oh wow, Chrisita, that is a really cool idea. I think I'll have to think about that. Is attaching like a tag, like a luggage tag, onto here and having that with the information. That seems really smart and a way to get around this dealing with the spiral binding. Okay, so now I have to figure out where this journal fits in because it says it starts in 617 and goes to 717. So I guess it's 22.5. Didn't even realize there was a journal that fit in there. It's only a 1 month. Oh wait, no, then it skips a month. That's gonna be confusing. But that's okay. I'll just put 22.5. It looks like it's a lot of preparation for Tanzania, and then when I got back from Tanzania. Oh, I love this drawing. Okay. All right, so I'll put, let's see, 6 through 7. This is why it's good to just do all of your journals in a chronological order, or else it gets really confusing. 617 through 717, and then 9 through 1017. Okay, that makes sense, sort of. Because I didn't want to take a book that was partially full to my Tanzania trip. I think that's what happened. And then it's 917 through 1017. And so this is, I'm going to call this number 23.5. And I'm not even going to write notes about what's in this one. That should be okay. Okay, so 23.5. All right, so now I'm at May 2018. I need to find May or June 2018. Oh, there we go. I see it there. I see it. And this is way later. This is 2018. Okay, I need to take a bathroom break, so I'm going to leave this journal here for you to look at. While I go to the bathroom. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so just hang in there. Mute. I'm gonna mute so you can't hear me going to the bathroom. All right, I'm back. All right, bye, Jackson. Thanks for joining in. So lots of nature journaling at the Carnivorous Plant Nursery in this journal. And this one goes from May 2018 to August 2018. Lots of Carnivorous Plant Nursery. Looks like I got some cool field trips to the coast. And this one here, it's neat when you can see here's someone fishing right there, and it's cool when you can see these little dots in the watercolor. That means that there's little droplets from the ocean landing on my paper and affecting the way that the watercolor turned out. And you can see it a little bit in this one as well. And here I've got some close-ups of some crabs because the people that were fishing were catching crabs and fish. I have a whole nature journal episode about how to nature journal fishing or how to nature journal at the coast or at the low tides. But anyways, this was a good one. There was some, I nature journal at the estuary. I think this is the time when I got attacked by dogs. Yeah, I did. So while I was painting this landscape right here, this guy sent his dogs down and attacked me on the beach. And he said that I was a private beach or whatever, but I was in the public area. Here's some tide pool stuff that I drew close up after recovering from being having dogs sent to attack me. So if you look on my YouTube channel, I think this one's called Pushing Your Edges or something like that. I also had surgery on my hand in this sketchbook and was drawing completely with my left hand and writing with my left hand for the rest of it. And here I even this is a piece of paper after I came to from my surgery and I was still sort of affected by the medication. I asked for a piece of paper, and I don't even remember this, But I started to write all these notes about my experience and to draw with my left hand. And here I'm drawing, this is my hand that's just been operated on. And this is my left hand holding the pen. But that shows you that how hardcore I was. Is as soon as I came out of the as soon as I became conscious after receiving anesthesia, I asked for a piece of paper and basically started sketch noting and nature journaling in that situation. So if you've never nature journaled or sketched before, when you're just coming out of anesthesia, whether you got your the other time I did it was when I had my when I was a teenager and I had my wisdom teeth removed. So try it. Next time you get surgery, make sure you have your nature journal with you. And when you first regain consciousness, start nature journaling. That's my tip for the day. Okay, so let me get this one up on the shelf. Maybe it's time for an interlude where I feed my lizard. A cricket to my lizard. If that sounds interesting, let me know. Okay, 5:18 to 8:18. Number 26. Dang, 26. What's in here a lot? Okay, I should write surgery at the bottom. Lots of North Coast Nature Journal clubs. Ooh, carnivorous plants. Estero. Oh, some challenging times that I went through. And what else? Tracking. Taught a tracking class. Lots of carnivorous plants in this one. And lots of skulls, too. Ooh, I did a whole cool thing on talent versus practice. This is kind of cool. Take a screenshot of this. Talent versus practice. That's a good one to look into later. Whoa. Okay, carnivorous plants, da-da-da. All right, got that one. Number 26. 22. Okay, and that one ended at 8:18, so now I need 9:18. Those are 2020. That's 11:18. So there should be another one here. Here we go. 8:18 to 11:18. to 11:18, number 27. What happens here? Whoa. Okay. North Coast Nature Journal Club. Lots of cool art in the front. Some more just figurative art. And let's see what else I have in here. More carnivorous plants. And I think I made a commitment to Nature Journal every day. Whoa, got lots of crazy art in this one. I think I had a commitment to Nature Journal every single day during this. Did the elk rut that I used to do every year. Lead a trip to see the elk in Nature Journal the elk. Always fun. At Point Reyes, they're elk, and they have their breeding during the fall, and I would lead 2 classes every fall out there. Also, the Heirloom Expo was a fun place to Nature Journal. I think I Nature Journaled with my friend Katie Donovan. That was super cool. Oh my gosh, look, I nature journal these turkeys doing this whole thing in my backyard. That was fun. And what else is in here? More Heirloom Expo. That was fun. Oh, and I went back to the whoa, oh yeah, there was a friggin' reptile expo. So I got a nature journal, tons of reptiles. That was so fun. And I think I did a video about that, nature journaling outside of the box locations. If you go to a reptile expo, you get an opportunity to see a ton of cool animals in a small area. I nature journal Michael Pollan. I sketch noted Michael Pollan giving a speech. Even though he gave his speech was basically the same as his book, which was kind of annoying. Sorry, Michael Pollan, if you're watching this. Chameleons, how cool are those colors? And then I went to the Academy of Sciences. So there's actually a lot of cool stuff in here. You can see that if you saw my other one about nature journaling at the California Academy of Sciences, you can see that my style has changed. Like, look at this one here. This is the California reef. So these are all California species, some of them quite endangered, in fact. And you can see that my style has changed, and I'm working in more color. Here's the flooded Amazon, like my favorite part there. This is during a talk, sketchnoting during a talk given by Fiona Gilligley and John Your Laws. That was a really cool talk. I was basically nature journaling every day. Here's nature journaling some stuff at the Carnivorous Plant Nursery again, so lots of those. Oh my gosh, nature journaling at the Natural Bridges in Santa Cruz. That was so cool. That was a trip that John Your Laws led. Really fun, beautiful landscapes, cool birds. Yeah, I was nature journaling hardcore. Okay, I was doing nature journaling every day because I'm nature journaling some of the stuff in my backyard that I normally didn't do. Like the birds right in my backyard. So cool. I should make another nature journal daily commitment. I think for all of October, I think I did that both years for October, nature journaled every day. Here's the one where this is a classic one, nature journaling from my window. Here's a video I did about nature journaling indoors where I cut up this apple. So some good stuff in this one. Nature journaling daily, I'm going to write on the cover. California Academy of Sciences. Ooh, really good turkey vulture page. My favorite turkey vulture page. Nature journaling at Bodega Dunes. Love that one. Okay. So what are the important things to write in here? Number 27, let's see, carnivorous plants. Again, uh-oh. I need to be careful not to spill this silver ink everywhere. Plants, journal daily. What else? Oh, Reptile Expo. California Academy of Sciences. $27. Okay. Boom. Oh gosh. Oh, I'm getting tired. Okay. 27. But I'm going to keep going. It's a marathon. Even though there are 0 people watching right now in the live, this will be recorded later. So I have to keep up my motivation and keep going because I'm only at 27. I think I have like at least 5 more books to go. So I ended with November 2018. This is already 2019, so this is not the one I need, even though it has a really cool drawing in the front. What I need is 2018. Oh yeah, here we go. November 2018 with the crazy Geronimus Bosch art in the front. And there is some nudity in this one, so luckily there's no one watching right now, but homeschool parents beware. Homeschool parents, take your kids away if you don't want them to see a little bit of artistic nudity. But here's just, some crazy drawings. And look at how I used the silver. That was a good idea. Based off of some Euronymous Bosch. Another one based off of, no, this is maybe Bruegel the Elder. Bruegel the Elder has really cool drawings. Hadn't done charcoal drawing in a long time. Look at that heroine up there. Heroine as in a female hero, not as in the drug. Just going crazy on that skeleton bat guy or whatever. Sometimes it's fun in the back page of your journal to just go a little crazy and copy some art history stuff. But I was still nature journaling every day during this time. Nature journaling every day, even on days where I just got done at work, working all day when I was back there working at the nursery, and I was nature journaling every single day, even if it was just a little bit. And I was using, this is when Amy had her challenge with different prompts, and so like this one was feel, and this one was before. And so there's all these different like prompts, because a lot of people do those Inktober challenges. So I was nature journaling every single day. That was good time. So I'm gonna write the date on this one. Oh, look at this! I nature journaled while I was feeding my lizard. Love that. Look at that drawing right there. The lizard jumping up to catch the cricket out of those tongs. Super cool. Maybe I'll put this on the page flip. Even though no one's watching the live, people might watch the recorded one. So I'm going to switch cameras here. Look at the eye. I really learned a lot about frog eyes when I was nature journaling daily. And it looked like they have a three-dimensional aspect to them. Just still haven't figured that out totally. Okay, I need to eat some more of this brownie. Love that page. Man, I was nature journaling so hardcore back then. Every day. Oh, look at this. The first time I tried painting a rainbow, I think. And it's raining really hard at my house right now. Oh, dang, I forgot about this. While I was nature journaling, and that was my cup of tea, a hummingbird came, chased the other hummingbird. It flew into my window while I was standing there because there's no screen. Came inside, turned around, and flew back out. That was so crazy. I'm so glad I tried to draw it because that's the kind of thing you're like, oh, I can't draw that. But I'm so glad I tried. Anyways, so glad I tried because it's cool to remember that. And that's the kind of thing, those action events, a lot of times we're like, I can't draw that, and we just skip them. At least write about it then. But if you can, try to sketch it. Even if it's not a perfect sketch, using arrows, whatever, just get that action. The super scientific bird curiosity spectrum. This is trademarked by Marley Peifer, so don't copy it. This is when I was nature journaling this tarantula I was babysitting. She has since passed into heaven, so she is in heaven now. But that is Rosita Amelia. She was a very cute tarantula, and she was a Brachypelma Amelia, aka the Mexican red-kneed tarantula. Here's more nature journaling inside. I was nature journaling inside every day. I was not messing around back then. I was serious. Nature journaling at the Baylands. This was with a class that Jack did. That was really cool. This is a talk there at the Environmental Volunteers. This was a crazy orchid. I was afraid to draw it, and the drawing came out pretty terrible. But this plant was so amazing, and this was the Carnivorous Plant Nursery. I'm glad that I at least tried. And I think that was during a class too. Whoa, that's an intense drawing. Sort of dream-based drawings. Oh, and I'm in San Diego at this point. Nature journaling in San Diego. Euphorbia of some sort. Oh, and nature journaling at Sunset Cliffs, dude. That was really cool. That might have been the time that Adam showed me around at the Cabrillo National Monument. Nice landscape-ito, but I didn't put anything else on the whole page. Oh, man. Nature journaling more at the San Diego Zoo. I guess this was 2018. I was doing it every year at the San Diego Zoo for a while. Love that Gharial. Once again, drawing the Gharial. Love that spot. And the Onigata ground iguana. Such a cool reptile. Not enough respect. Kids were walking by. They were more focused on eating their flaming hot Cheetos than looking at this almost extinct iguana. I mean, come on. Oh, dang. Rupicola peruvianus. Cock of the Rock. Not my favorite common name, but a cool scientific name. Much more descriptive. The Inca Tern looks like a Dr. Seuss character, like the Lorax with that mustache. Oh, yeah. Dang, man, I love this trip. This was so fun. I was nature journaling in the aviary at the San Diego Zoo. Look at these cute little emerald doves. Oh, my gosh. Doves. This one's like the closest living relative to the dodo. Dodo is a dove. Just in case you didn't know, dove, pigeon, same thing. This one, it was like, oh, it's so cute. And then when they came to feed it, the keeper put out like fruits and berries and seeds and pinky mice. So pinky mice are like baby neonatal mice that they haven't even opened their eyes yet. And this cute bird came in. It's got these blue eyes and this teal colored beak, and it's just like, bam, grabs the pinky mouse and it's like, slapping it on the side of the feeder and then eating it. And then look at this thing, the tufted barbet. Seriously? Look at these crazy hairs it has coming off its beak in all these colors. Good luck trying to draw that. I only saw this one for a second, but this tragopan was awesome. I tried to nature journal every single bird I could see. This is in the Owen Aviary. If you live in San Diego and you go to the San Diego Zoo, those aviaries are the best. Actually, I shouldn't tell too many people about that secret because it's like the one place you can go, the San Diego Zoo, on a crowded day that's not totally crowded, but maybe I already gave that secret away in my video. That's all about how to nature journal in crowded public places. Oh, California condor. I've only nature journaled them in the wild one time, but I got a nature journal of them at the San Diego Zoo where they did some of the breeding work that actually brought this species back from the brink of extinction. And then another one of my favorite birds, the secretary bird. I got a nature journal of these in the wild. Another one of my least favorite common names, but a really cool Latin name, Sagittarius serpentarius. So cool. I got a nature journal of these in the wild in the Serengeti in Tanzania, and also got a nature journal of this individual at the San Diego Zoo. More of the Nicobar pigeon, the closest living relative to the dodo. And this was awesome. These are so cool too. Another amazing pigeon, and the archerfish. These are the ones that squirt water up. They hit crickets. They knock the crickets or whatever bugs. They knock them off, and then they eat them from the water. So that was really cool that I got to experience that while at the San Diego Zoo. And yeah, some more nature journal trips that I went on. More carnivorous plants in this book. More carnivorous plants and more outings. More cool palm trees and landscape-itos. This book has a lot of good nature journaling in it. So time to put it on the shelf. Time to put a number on it and add it to the shelf. This one's going to be number 28, I believe. Lots of nature journaling daily from November 18 to February 19. Ooh, this is a marathon. I'm almost done. There's no one here watching live, but I got to keep going, stay motivated. I knew it was going to be a marathon. I didn't know if I was going to survive this. I'm doing my best, trying to organize, wrangle all of these journals. It's kind of crazy. Kind of can't believe that I'm doing this right now. It's raining outside. Okay, until 2/19. Number 28, journal number 28, not including the halves. I have like 23.5, 21.5, so it's not an exact count. And I didn't count the ones like from before I started nature journaling, because I do have journals. I have some older ones back there. Okay, number 28. I think I was doing a lot of salsa dancing at this time. Okay, San Diego Zoo is a major part of this one. So let me get that on here. What else was really big? Nature Journal Daily. Oh, Wild Wonder. Dang, I didn't even notice that. Wild Wonder Nature Journaling Conference. Oh, the UC Davis. I forgot about this. The Entomology Museum. Dude, that was so cool. Went to the Entomology Museum. Thanks to JP. Man. Whoa. Okay, so I'm going to write Bohart. That's the name of that museum. Bohart. Wild Wonders. That means I was in Monterey. I think there was even Monterey Bay Aquarium pages in this one, maybe. This was a good sketchbook. Got to go a lot of cool places during this time. Man, teach a lot of classes. Okay, maybe it didn't. Maybe this was the first Wild Wonder, and I didn't go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium while I was there. And I was Nature Journal. I did the NJ Daily, Journal Daily. Okay, this one's gonna go on the ground here. I've got a pile going just to keep things under control a little bit. Got a big pile right here, and 23, 23.5. Whole bunch of journals. You can't even see all of these. More journals are over here. Boom. Okay, got that. 27, 28. Okay, what's next? So this one in February 2019. Do I have March? Oh, wait, February 2019. So I need like March 2019 or February 2019. Okay, here we go. February 2019. Found it. Boom, boom. Cool intro page. Man, I haven't even eaten anything. I've been doing this for 4 hours. 4 hours non-stop journal organizing marathon, surviving on brownies and hot chocolate. Sometimes I come up with cool ideas of like, I'm going to do this at the beginning of all of my nature journals. And the cool part is the consistency. The idea, just having an idea is not that special. Everybody has ideas. Being consistent with it, that's where it becomes powerful. I wasn't consistent with it. Okay. UC Davis Biodiversity Day. It was so cool. They have an amazing raptor center where they have all these raptors in rehabilitation. Whenever you hear that there's going to be something like that with an open house, you need to go there, because how often do you get to see peregrine falcons and a dark morph Swainson's hawk up close in the wild? Not very often. So now is your chance, when those places are open, to go in there and draw them up close. Drawing owl faces is really hard. Oh man. And then there was all these cool trips that Jack led, John Nerlaws, to the rice fields in California. Those rice fields do a lot of work for conservation to provide overwintering habitat and habitat for these migratory bird species. And we got a nature journal there. It's really cool. Lots of biodiversity in those rice fields. Eat California rice, because our California rice provides habitat for a lot of species, and a lot of our other agricultural crops do not provide habitat for that much biodiversity. Oh man, Carrizo Plain. Oh, I finally made it to a super bloom. This is gonna make me sad looking at this trip, but I got a nature journal on this trip in the Carrizo Plain in California. You can see all of the yellow flowers on all of the hills. It was amazing. And now my camera is gonna go out of focus for like the next 10 minutes. But come back, camera. You can do it. Oh, and there was a shrike. I got a nature journal of the shrike. Okay, I'm gonna switch camera because this camera is doing that annoying thing. Oh, now it's back. Okay, haha. As soon as I threatened it with changing camera. The shrike was really cool. That was amazing. Oh my gosh, there was a prairie falcon. Just more amazing wildflowers, ephedra, goldfields, just amazing hillsides. That was a beautiful place. Here I tried to do a map showing all of the ways that the shrike moved around. It actually turned out there was a shrike nest. There was quite a list of birds, all of these bird species. Really fascinating. Sage sparrow, meadowlark, song sparrow, white-crowned sparrow, horned lark, red-winged blackbird, prairie falcon, ravens, red-tailed hawk, loggerhead shrike, lark sparrows, black-chinned sparrow, turkey vultures, roadrunner, turkey vulture nest, brewer's blackbird, kingbird, lesser goldfinch, Lawrence's goldfinch, sharp-shinned hawk, common nighthawk, love the common nighthawk, LeConte's thrasher, mockingbird, California quail, Anna's hummingbird, purple finches, spotted towhee, golden eagle. Here's the last like landscapeito that I drew there. You can see there's all this like salt deposit. That's kind of sad to look at that because of the connections and associations with it. So this was February 2019 through June 2019. Yep. Okay. And here's some other stuff from up here in Marin. From more teaching nature journaling here, teaching nature journaling to kids, seeing all these birds nesting. That was really cool. A whole bunch more. Oh, coastal stuff. Look at this nudibranch. This is in a video that I did, nature journaling at low tide. Nudibranchs are so weird. I taught a class at Schollenberger. Was that the one where only it looked like no one was going to show up, and then Ivea showed up at the last minute? Avocets. That's like probably one of the better avocet drawings I've ever done in the field. That's pretty good. This is an event I went to. Nature journaling at home. Tarantulas, lizards, frogs. Did a bunch of cool landscapitos. I kind of like this format of doing 6 landscapitos on one page. This is up at Polcom Springs. And yeah, that was nice. Nice times. All right, that's it for this one. Let's see. This is, let me get the date at least and the number. The marathon continues. 2/19 to 6/19 for the dates. And this is number 29. I probably should have prepared some more food. If I thought I would maximum take me 4 hours, but it's taking me more than 4 hours. Chorizo. What else is in this one? Ooh, it looks like I went to, oh yeah, there's more reptiles in here. Pepperwood, reptiles, coast. Did I say reptiles? Reptiles. Holcomb Springs, where I used to live. Lots of landscapitos. Helen Putnam. Carrizo. Sad. Oh, what's that? Duck. Dead duck. Oh, permanent skills gathering. Allberg. Wow. Oh, a seal. More falcons? Dang. Okay, rice. Rice fields. This is a pretty good one. Falcon, what's the other thing? Hallberg. Hallberg Butterfly Gardens. Okay, 29. Stack is growing. This is a finished stack here, so maybe I just start putting these ones down. Hold on, I'm gonna do a break and do some bicep curls. Yeah, journaling. Oh, journals. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Yeah, progress, organization, order out of chaos. Now I just need to deal with all these sticky notes. So those are crazy. Okay, whew. Okay, so 29. So I'm at 619. So I need 7 2019. Here we go. Oh, getting ready for Tanzania trip number 2. Lots of reptiles. Lots of reptiles. Landscapitos. Anita is back. Aneta, sorry, I don't know if it's Aneta or Anita. Are you Danish, Aneta? I have a family that's Danish, and one of them's name is Aneta. Lots more nature journaling at home, and lots of reptiles in this one. I'm still alive. It's been quite a slog going through all of these pages. Looks familiar. Carnivorous plant nursery again. And lots of frogs in this one, a mosquito. Oh, the boho preserve and a brown creeper. I don't know if I haven't drawn those that many times. Some nice quick landscapitos. You can see my landscapitos have evolved quite a bit since those early journals. Brachypelma amelia tarantula. That's probably one of my better nature journal pages of Brachypelma. Oh my goodness, speaking of Brachypelma amelia, looks like Akshay is on here. An expert in tarantulas and the creator of the Cora Adventures, with an amazing story, comic story about tarantulas, very educational and entertaining at the same time. And Akshay also went on a bunch of the trips to California Carnivores. And I don't know if this was one of the ones that he was on, but here are some pages from California Carnivores. More reptile pages, a lot of tarantula pages, and this was actually getting ready for the next trip to Tanzania. So I started studying stuff for Tanzania to prepare for that. Wow, I was doing some really small landscapitos. That's interesting. And then pretty soon here you can see that I start going from, these are trips that I led nature journaling in Northern California, to a lot more, oh wow, I kind of like that. That's during the summer camp that I was teaching. To a lot more of these studies getting ready for another trip to Tanzania. And this was in 2019, so this is getting ready for the 2019 trip. So I would have been teaching a summer camp at this time, and then waking up early to do this study, practicing the hyenas a lot, and it was cool because did see a lot more of them on this trip, and the wildebeest, which we didn't see as much of on the second trip. And this is really cool. This is I got a nature journal. This plant actually lives near me, and is really endangered. It's called the Pinnell's birdbeak. I can't remember the Latin name right now, but it only grows on one hill in the entire world. And I got a nature journal it there. The flowers close up don't look that special. This is really zoomed in. But I got a nature journal that, and it's just a reminder that you don't need to go to Tanzania to study cool stuff. Aneta is Polish. Cool. Good to know, Aneta. I wish I could speak Polish. I spent some time in Poland volunteering on some farms, and I learned a few words, and I love the language. I have some friends that speak it, but I can't really say anything anymore. Here's some more practice. Practice drawing cheetahs and stuff like that, getting ready for that trip. Like I said, the book that was really helpful for me was this book, especially before the first trip. And then after that, I really used documentaries a lot in Nature Journal from documentaries. And those people who were here earlier, I shared the story about these porcupine quills that I got when I was there. Akshay, that was such a great Nature Journal trip. Akshay was there, Gargi was there. That was so fun. And this isn't actually from the trip, but this is all the practice before the trip. Lots of practice. Trying to just get some of the stuff figured out before the trip so I don't have to be learning while I'm there. While the gazelles are in front of you, it's better to practice a little bit before. And I think I even on this journal finished kind of, you can see all these blank pages at the end. I usually don't do that anymore, but that's because I didn't want to take a book that only had 5 pages in it all the way to Tanzania. So I'm going to add this one to the stack and continue with the organizational marathon. It's cool that there's some people here now. I've been kind of doing this by myself for the last few minutes, but still going, still alive. You can see all of these ones here have been fully organized, and I still have a stack on the ground that haven't been organized. And I'm adding a new system of organization that should be easier for searchability. And I hope that will help me in the future. I'm going to have to go through and redo all these sticky notes because that's not that helpful. So I'm currently at number 30. That's not including, I had some half numbers. I had like a 22.5 and a 17.5 or something like that. Some counting issues and chronological overlap. So this one, I'm writing the date on it, going from 6/19 to 8/19. So filled this one in 2 months. I'm definitely not filling my journals that fast right now. So I'm going to write the date range, 6/19 to 8/19. I'm going to write a little bit about the content and the sequential numbers. So this is number 30. That's exciting, round number there. 6/19 through 8/19, number 30. And content-wise, there's a lot of reptiles, journal daily, Camp Bohemia, reptiles, Cal Carn, NJ Daily, Tanzania preparation. And these are just these sort of place markers. These will give me, it's almost like, I definitely wouldn't call it a table of contents, but it will help me remember where I am. Help me remember, what's in this journal and help with the searchability. TZ prep, and what was the other thing? Boho. Preserve. Just giving your brain a couple numbers, like the numbers don't really help you find things that much, but giving your brain a couple ideas about the themes in it will help a lot. Okay, so 6/19 19 to 719. Okay, so this one is the Tanzania one, and there's the potential to get super lost in going through all of these pages. Like Akshay probably remembers this huge spider right here. That was really cool. I think we were looking, I can't remember what we were looking at, but anyways, we came back and then we saw this like crazy spider, and everyone's like, oh my God, look at that spider. And we had been drawing all these charismatic mammals before. I think I'm going to switch back to my other camera to get into this more, because this is a good one. This one's worth sharing. Gosh, Arusha National Park. We didn't go there on the first Tanzania trip, but it was so cool. And there was amazing birds like right outside the bathroom. Really cool. Sorry, I'm eating food while I'm doing this because I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Arusha National Park. Oh my gosh, did you know that giraffes fight with their necks? It's crazy. That was really fun. Kingfisher. Talk about a cool African kingfisher. That was the first day of the trip. This bird in its nest, oh my gosh, that was amazing. This is at the hotel. Look at this malachite kingfisher, another amazing kingfisher. Wow, that second Tanzania trip. Going to Tanzania one time is very lucky, but going to Tanzania twice is even better. We got to see this like one albino baboon. Never got to see these before on the first trip. Check this out. The albino baboon. Very rare. There's like only one of them that has survived in the wild. Trying to get the feeling for the landscape as we're driving on the truck on the dirt road. Very muddy, very jungly. It's not as dry of an area. It's more highland area, Tanzania. Oh, this eagle. And there's all these flamingos at this lake. It was crazy. You can see these are all flamingos in the background. That was so cool. That was quite a trip. Quite a trip. A lot of elephants, Dick, of course. Trying to get these. I got these landscape ethos way more figured out on this trip. I don't have the frame that I use, but I brought a particular frame, and it was really helpful for my landscape ethos, and that was so fun, and that helped me out a lot. Sometimes you're tempted to do these landscapes where you just kind of fill the whole page. And like you can see these zebras in the background, and I tried to get excited and do this whole page thing, which I've experimented with some, but having a small frame, so like I actually have a piece of paper that has a cut out rectangle this size, and it allows me to do these kind of nature journal pages more quickly. Of course, you have to have the elephant butts every once in a while, so practice drawing those before you go on safari. That was at the watering hole. Oh, baobabs. These trees are really amazing. And there was a cool vulture nest in the top of this one. But I love the baobab trees. And this view was so great. There was this amazing view where we could look down on this river. It was like the Lion King. And you could see all these different animals down there, elephants and these water bucks and all these different animals. We also saw the secretary bird. It's like a dinosaur. And there was a mongoose alarming on it. That was really cool. This spider was awesome. I mentioned that already. Oh yeah, so look. Oh, so we're not totally sure, but see this giant one right here, and then that teeny, not the one in the square. That's a zoomed in one, but this teeny one right there, we think that's the male and this is the female, because with some spiders, they have really big difference in the size. Oh, the ground hornbill. Didn't see that on the first trip, but that is such a cool bird. They eat like snakes and stuff. Here's a hyena skull. that we saw part of. Another landscapito where I changed the frame and tried to make it long and go across like the whole page here. This was at a cool hotel. The warthogs are funny. They actually get down on their front knees to feed. And here, people eating lunch. This is not supposed to look like a brontosaurus back there. That's actually what this dead branch looked like. And then later I realized it kind of looked like a brontosaurus or a Loch Ness monster. There are my friends, Carrie, Melissa, Suzanne, Myra, Stephanie, some of the other people from the trip. These lizards were crazy. They have this whole color variation. Super amazing. Ooh, we got to see these hyenas chasing. They're chasing off these other hyenas, and then there's like lions. This was like a whole exciting thing, and trying to capture the story. And this is all like standing in the back of a truck. The sun's starting to go down, trying to nature journalist and not having very much time. This was at the beginning of our time in the Serengeti. Also saw this really cool vulture that had been really wanting to draw one of these for a long time. All at the beginning of the trip. So you can see now, after seeing all these practice pages that I've done, these are the pages in real life. These are, I'm not looking at a book. This is like in real life. These are cheetahs that we saw, two brother cheetahs playing with each other. And it was like, I think we probably had 10 minutes to draw them. So it was not very much time. I tried to get in some notes, describing it. This is the location of where they were. So I tried to get in as much information as I could about that. And it didn't last for very long, because when you're in the field, that's why you have to do that practice at home. Here's a cool page with, these are lions up on this topi. So it kind of reminds you of the Lion King. There are these, in Tanzania, there are these amazing rock formations where the lions will often sleep on top. Oh, these hyenas were in this mud bath. It was so cool. We got to watch those. And then while we were watching them, this serval cat popped up out of the bushes and got to see that. And then there was this leopard sleeping in a tree. And then later, one of the other trucks in our group got to see it. I guess it had food hidden up in that tree that we hadn't noticed. There's crocodiles. Here's more of that serval cat. That was really cool. That was a highlight. This was a highlight too. Oh, lion sleeping. These birds, these hoopoes, are so cool. Just the absolute most amazing colors and feathers on their head. So glad that I got to see those in Nature Journal. Those come to Europe too. They migrate into Europe. Another kind of ridiculous bird, just like look at the colors on that. I made my sky a little bit too saturated there. And it looks like this animal, this topi, is like drinking the sky, but it's not. This is actually a leopard sleeping on this rock up there. That's what I was trying to capture. There was a leopard mom and baby. Oh, and then we saw a rainbow and a pygmy falcon. This is the smallest falcon in the world. It's really incredible. More lions. Oh, and then we saw a secretary bird hunting. Such a cool bird. I love secretary birds. They're almost tall. They're taller than your dog. Maybe they're like 3.5, 4 feet tall, and they eat snakes. Some cool lizards here. Oh, and then the Ngorongoro crater, and we're going down to the crater. This is where they got some of the ideas for the Lion King. You can see the little car there. With the brake lights on, driving down into the crater. So it's this big crater. And I think technically it's a caldera, but you get down in there and there's like lions, there's gray-crowned cranes, there's hippos, there's rhinos. It's amazing. And just the landscapes are so amazing. There's people who were getting a little bit too close to the hippos, and it was a little bit dangerous at one point. Lots of cool birds, of course. We saw some hyenas down there. And the Cory bustard. This is the heaviest bird in the world capable of flight. So this is the biggest bird that can fly in the world. I can't remember how many pounds it weighs, but it's heavy. Saw some lions kind of hiding in the grass with their feet sticking out. But yeah, this trip was amazing. So this journal right here is really packed full of amazing pages. I can't even go through. I've done a page flip on video where I talked about this before. Look at this bird on the hippo. So I can't go into this completely in depth. You can watch that video if you want to. Here I am with the Hadzabe hunter-gatherers again. I spent a whole week with them hunting, watching them make their arrows. Here they are sitting underneath a baobab tree, working on their arrows. Went hunting with them every day, often waking up at like 5 in the morning to go hunting, watching them making their arrows. They have their dogs that they that help them when they're hunting. Some of the places that they hunt. Here they are cooking their food over the fire, how they like arrange the food on all these different sticks. That's the fire. This is a bird that they ate. Really amazing to spend time with them and see how they connect with nature for a whole week. Here's some of the honey that they eat. So I'm like running around with them, carrying my journal the whole time. This is a type of tree that they cut open and they eat the honey. I think I made a video where I showed me eating that honey. Look at there's the porcupine. Yeah. See, here are the quills right here. So they found this hole, and one guy goes down into this super deep hole. It's like more than 8 feet deep. And there's like a porcupine somewhere in there, and he wanted to try to catch it. And I was like, are you crazy? Like, look at how many spines. And I found these spines on the ground outside of the hole and brought them home with me. Another amazing animal in Tanzania. So yeah, I got to spend time with Hadzabe as usual. That's always awesome. Oh, where's that page where I got a nature journal? The chameleon. There was one day where I found a chameleon in my camp. It was like next to my tent. Oh man, where's the chameleon? Come on, that was one of my favorite nature journaling experiences of all time. It's got to be around here somewhere. Cool ants and termites, but where's the chameleon? Come on. It's interesting. Shoot, I don't know where the chameleon page is, but that was one of my favorite nature journaling sessions ever. Ever of all time. Anyways, it's in this book somewhere. This book has a lot of great pages, and it's time to put it on the shelf with the rest of the books. So it's going to get its number, and it's going to go on the shelf. And it's raining outside, which is good because we need it in California. Whew. Man, almost done. Going on 5 hours now of doing this. Okay, so I'm at number 31. And does it even say Tanzania on it? It doesn't. 7 through 8, 19. 7, 19 to 8, 19. I'm gonna write, okay, number 30. Number 31. And it's Tanzania. That's pretty much all I need to put onto that one. Okay, yeah. So now I need to get 9 2019. Hang in there, Marley. You can do this. 8 2019 through 9 2019. Found it. There's some cool stuff in here. Some cool landscapes from photos. A little bit of work with gouache. Don't do that very often. Another landscape. This is the journal when I did my nature journaling on a really, really hot day. I was also doing some nature journaling from people's like Instagram photos. So this is this guy, Shikiai Photography is his name on Instagram, and he has these really cool fish. And I wanted to nature journal those fish, so I did a page just kind of based off his photos. That was really fun. Some nature journaling classes. This was one where there was all these bugs in the air, and I kind of went like that with my book and caught a bunch of bugs on the pages. I usually just do that with mosquitoes. Nature journaling some wildflowers down in Southern California. More photos from people's Instagrams. This is a woman in Australia showing these really, really cool lizards. More practicing landscapes from photos. More from people's Instagram. This is a sidewinder, a really cool type of rattlesnake. And this guy, Ross McKibben Photography, does tons of rattlesnake photos on Instagram. So I got a nature journal those. This is out at the Tule Elk Preserve, September 2019. The last time I led a class out there, because I used to, no, I guess I went in November too. But I used to do 2 classes out there every single year. And because of COVID, this last fall is the first time I didn't go out during their mating season in 5 years. Oh, this is nature journaling at the Arboretum in UC Santa Cruz on my way to Wild Wonder Nature Journaling Conference. I got a ton of nature journaling in before the conference even started. Nature journaling vultures and how they're flying along the beach was super fascinating. Okay, then this is at the conference grounds. I did a nature journal page where I tried to just nature journal as many different types of birds as I could. That was so cool. That was even before the class that I taught. More at the beach there. And then I snuck away for a little bit from the conference to go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. They even have birds in the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Did you know that? Oh man, this was the class that Jack taught for educators. So this is even before the official event started. That was super fun. Here's some pages from the deep sea exhibit. Here's a close-up of what it looks like when people are standing there in front of the aquarium, and there's like hammerhead sharks, mahi-mahi, bluefin tunas, and you can stand right there in front of it. Unfortunately, it's all closed right now because of COVID. But I love the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Oh my gosh, the Nautilus. I got a nature journal Nautilus. Like, how cool is that? They have the whole cephalopods exhibit now. That cephalopods exhibit has the squids, the cuttlefish. I posted a video on the Nature Journal Club Facebook page about me trying to nature journal these cuttlefish. They're so hard to draw because they're changing shape. They literally change color and shape all the time. More nature journaling at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. This was a class that I took, sketchnoting class with Mark Simmons. Super fun class. What a great teacher. This is the class that I took with Stephanie Dole, how to draw bugs. She literally had tarantulas and beetles and I don't think she had any scorpions, but a bunch of stuff that we could draw. This was during the keynote with Claire Walker Leslie. Here was another class with Hannah Hinchman. Cartooning natural history, I got to take classes too. Drawing on the last day. Yeah, so anyways, I'm going to have to write Wild Wonder on this one because that was definitely influential. Look at this horned lizard there. I love those. And the cool wasp. So I'm going to write down a couple tidbits about what's in this one. Put the numbers on it and put it on the shelf. See what numbers go on this one. 819 to 919. Number 32. And let's see. Wild Wonder. What else special is in this one? Lots of stuff from Instagram. I haven't done that in a while. I might start doing that again, is finding cool people on Instagram that have cool nature photos and nature videos and are doing research and stuff, and then nature journal off of their photos. Okay, so next, September 2019, starting September 2019, here we go. Number 33, going from September until October 2019. Sounds like fire season in California. Oh, and this is, speaking of fire, this is when I went on that trip with Jack, where we were wearing firefighter gear and nature journaling during live fires. We had to wear all the special gear. We were with all these firefighters. It was crazy. We're nature journaling in the smoke, in the flames. You can see all the smoke over the mountain there. Really cool watching them start the fires, because this is about prescribed burn, how to use fire in a good way, because fire is something that can be really beneficial and is actually in California is essential to our natural ecosystems. Really fun, really exciting. Trying to draw while there's like big flames in front of you was quite interesting, quite challenging. Here's more with the smoke. Really fun trip. So I need to write that on the cover. What else did I do in this one? Teaching a lot. Nature journaling during a couple documentaries that I watched. Curiosity Wander, that's a video that I made. Lots of reptiles in this one. I guess I went to a reptile show maybe. Here are some cool other reptiles from people's photos that I got to sketch. What else is in this one? Those are some of the main things. Oh, and it looks like I went to the California Academy of Sciences, one of my favorite places to go. So you can see now I've shown, I think, at least four visits to the California Academy of Sciences to the same aquarium. And you can see what has changed and what hasn't changed in my drawings from those visits. So kind of interesting just to see how we change over time. I'm doing this now in ink, similar gesture drawings of those giant fish. I mean, these fish are like 14 feet long, probably weigh as much as my car almost. And practicing nature journaling them and seeing how my drawings have changed since, like 5 years ago or whatever. So I'm gonna get these notes about the fire. Oh, here's another one I really like too. Where'd it go? I like doing this one from this guy. This guy's doing research on insects. And I drew this from some of his photos on Instagram. And his name is Alexei Reshikov. Alexei Reshikov on Instagram. Very cool account. He's doing lots of interesting research. Okay, so let's see here. 9/19 to 10/19. And this is number 33, lucky number 33. So the fire, prescribed fire, California Academy of Sciences. Okay, and so the other interesting thing to note is at this point I'm doing bullet journaling separate. So a lot of my mindset journaling is in a separate journal at this point. So you don't see as much of that on my pages. I think at the beginning of this journal, I'm still doing my morning routine journaling in here, but then I switch and do that now on these journals, these bullet journals like this, these smaller bullet journals. And I'm not organizing those today because I don't have time to organize those today. I'm barely going to make it through these nature journals. Okay. Whew. Okay, number 33. So that ended at October 2019. Now I need November 2019. Yay. Okay. All right, so let's see what's in this one. Oh, and it starts off, I guess I took 2 journals with me to the Academy of Sciences because it starts off with Academy of Sciences. These snakes hunt fish. They dive their head into the water to catch these fish. I mean, how crazy is that? The archer fish are also in that same exhibit. More fish. Geez, I filled a lot of pages on it. Anaconda, dude. And then little baby tarantulas. Oh, so cute. And then look at this. This is from someone's Instagram. I didn't get to see these in the wild, even though I tried. KY Garden. She's a biologist doing lots of cool work. And I drew these horned lizards based on photos from her Instagram page. Super cool biologist. Oh, this is from someone else's. This is from Tess Pointer, I think. These are really cool Australian birds. These are some tarantulas, more tarantulas. Oh, this is the last time I did the elk. November 2019. That's the last time I got a nature journal of the elk during the rut. Haven't let a field trip out there now because of COVID. Ooh, I love this page. This is when I thought I was going to go to the Galapagos, but the trip got canceled because of COVID. And this is based on a photo from Tropical Herping. They do a lot of cool research in South America on herps, which are reptiles and amphibians. Here's some close-ups of marine iguanas feeding. All stuff I did getting ready for that trip. I practiced drawing tarantulas a lot for the videos. I think I was drawing like every day. Looking at people's Instagrams for cool photos. I need to get into a flow like this again. I was just drawing every single day. Nature journaling like crazy. Oh yeah. Poison dart frogs. Sandhill cranes. This was at a field trip. That was a cool field trip. This is my snake, drawing my snake. Drawing other people's tarantulas. Landscapitos. That's pretty good. Quick landscapito. It's a wet on wet. I guess I'm still doing the nature journaling in here. I'm in my other journaling. Look at all these geckos from the Galapagos. I was getting ready, studying for that trip. Wow. Oh, dang. This is again at the Bohart Museum, the Insect Museum. We get to look at all of these and draw them right in place. That was before COVID also. Hey, I drew this from Akshay and Gargi's house. This is right outside their house. That was cool. This was at the garden, Stanford Garden near their house. And then this is drawing at the Beetle Lady's house. Man, we were doing some cool stuff before COVID kicked in. Whew. More cool Galapagos stuff. Oh yeah. Great. Okay. This has some interesting stuff in it. California Academy of Sciences. Oh, my throat is starting to hurt from talking for 5 hours. I ate my whole brownie, drank a mug of hot chocolate, but I should probably eat lunch, and it's almost dinner time here. Okay, so number 33, and this is 11:19 through 1:20. All right, I made it to 2020. Here we go. I don't know. Maybe I should do a separate video just on my journals from 2020. And this is number 34. And let's see, Academy of Sciences. And this other one, Sandhill Crane, Bohart, Tarantulas. Stanford sandhill cranes. All right, Marley, you can do it. Keep going. All right, 34. So that one ends on January 2020. Oh, this one overlaps. Okay, so I've got one here that looks like it overlaps. Oh my gosh, it totally overlaps. This one starts in December 2019. Oh, nature journaling at the zoo in San Diego. Oh man, that's the one where I made the video. There's a lot of cool pages in here. Preparing for the Galapagos trip also, the one that got canceled. This was in San Diego. You can see another trip to the San Diego Zoo. A lot of the same animals that you've seen me draw on the other ones. This Colorado River toad is fascinating. So this is the same. I made multiple visits to this zoo over the years, and it's kind of cool to see. Drew that one upside down, but I was so excited. But you can see the differences between the years visiting the same place. San Diego Zoo, Galapagos studies. Oh, and I was really interested in these shark tails and what different shark and fish tails are like and how that affects their swimming. This must be at the Monterey Bay Aquarium again. Wait, maybe this was at Wild Wonder. This might be, I might have done multiple books at the same time, so that's going to create a confusion. Nature Journal Club, carnivorous plants, teaching carnivorous plants. Yep. And trying to nature journal a plane. How does the fins on a plane relate to the fins on a fish? That's something that I've been researching a little bit more lately. Like, what do those things on the tip of the wings do? How does that relate to turbulence and stuff like that? Okay, so that's it for this one. Cool stuff. The zoo, a lot of stuff at the zoo, and this goes from. This is the beginning of 2020, so 11, so let's see, 12/19 to 3/20. So it kind of overlaps with the last one. 12/19, I think I said 3/20. Yeah, 3/20. 3/20, and this is number 35. And it has San Diego Zoo. What were the other things? I'm blanking now. Galapagos, Monterey Bay Aquarium, Galapagos Study, Monterey Bay Aquarium. Okay, this is not even going to fit on the shelf there, so I'm just going to put it up there. Okay, what's this one? Oh no, there's another one. Oh shoot, I found a whole other journal down here. Ah, another journal. Just when I thought, okay, what's next? Okay, this one doesn't even have dates on it. Okay, this one is 3/20 to 5/20. And is number 35. Okay, now let me see what's in it. Okay, I think I have like 4 more journals to go. This one has a lot more figurative stuff. Here's a cool one at the Estero. This is from a photo. I think this is from a workshop, a video workshop I did, how how to draw a landscape from a photo. Here's some research about a particular insect. I even showed like a map showing the distribution. That's not in the field. It's not done in the field. Did a lot more sort of just cartoons and figurative drawings in this one. This is when the pandemic started for real and people were stuck at home. I did a class. Oh, here's where I did that class, how to draw flowers. Oh, this was fun. That was fun. And I did a class, how to nature. I did this class about nature journaling fire that Miriam Morrill taught. That was really cool. And I did a couple of videos that maybe you've seen about how to draw flowers and learn about the basic botany and the flower families. Here's when I nature journaled in my refrigerator. Forgot about that. That was in April of 2020 when people were all stuck at home. And some people are still stuck at home now. More about nature journaling fire. More how to nature journal flowers. These are all flowers I got to pick in my garden. That was really fun. This is when I lit my journal on fire for that video about nature journal burnout. Did you see that one? That one's good. Another one about nature journaling flowers, change over time. I filmed this for someone else. More change over time. And fill this one fast because this is the paper. This is the mixed media paper, so it's a little bit heavier. It's 270 GSM, and I usually use 150 GSM. So this one only ends up, you only have 50 pages instead of 100 pages, which is what my other journals usually have 100 pages. Okay, 35, and what am I going to even write on this one? NJ Fridge. Oh no, this is, 36. Oh no, I wrote 35 and it's actually 36. I didn't see because this one's up here. Oh man. I'll write 35.5. So it's going to seem like I have fewer journals than I actually do, but because I have like 3 or 4 where it's like 0.5s. Whatever. Okay. This one has the NJ Fridge. J Fridge. What else is in here? NJ Club. Free draw. Okay, done with that one. All right, now this one's definitely 36, so that gets me up to 520. Ooh, yeah, 52020. I did this drawing at the beginning with these ants and stuff. Love these ants. Experimenting with charcoal. Don't do that much charcoal again. I was teaching a lot of kids in this one, so some of these pages are about. Oh, look at that. I did a whole one on when I was feeding my snake. More Galapagos birds. What's this? Oh, how to do landscapes in charcoal. And here's just looking out my window. So teaching kids how to nature journal. Leading a nature journal class. I was teaching this kid about basic mechanics and wedges and mechanical advantage, stuff like that, basic physics. This is when I tried to nature journal fishing. I went fishing and made a whole video about how to nature journal fishing. More wedges and levers with that kid I was mentoring. Flowers, nature journaling flowers. Ooh, nature journaling at the Hallberg Butterfly Gardens. They have so many cool bugs there. Loved it. This is a pretty cool, I like the way this tree came out. More landscapitos. Here's that one thing I was talking about that's really easy to do where you just draw from a shadow. This is a good thing to do on the inside cover of your, the first page of your nature journal. I like to do it there a lot. More flowers. Oh, this is nature journaling in the Sierra Nevada, up in the mountains. Let's see. You can see all these landscapitos, alpine lakes. Look at these alpine lakes, beautiful alpine lakes. Kind of sad. And trees from up there. Salmon Creek, nature journaling in the rain. Nature journaling in the rain. Nature journaling fishing again. Maps. Nature journaling fishing again. Oh, nature journaling these traps and mechanics with this kid. Landscape. Woo, I like that landscape. Oh, nature journaling at the beach. Nature journaling cool wasps. Nature journaling in the rain again. Fluid dynamics. Nature journaling in the Sierra Nevada. Again, look at this old tree in the Sierra Nevada. Nature journaling landscapes out at the coast. I think that was in a video. How to do landscapes. Planning for the Grand Canyon trip. Don't want to talk about that right now. And rocks. How to nature journal rocks. This was a video. You might have seen this one. Oh, this was, geez, I guess this was when the carnivorous plant nursery was still open. No, they wouldn't have been open at this point. But maybe this is one of the carnivorous plants that I have. A really cool plant, cool flower, and carnivorous. Nature journaling tarantulas. This must be mine, my tarantulas. This is when I was nature journaling every day. I even nature journaled at work. More preparation for the Grand Canyon, which I don't want to talk about. And look at this amazing index I did on this one. A wonderful, wonderful index. Good job, Marley. Good job at the beginning of the pandemic and the lockdown. And 5/20 through 9/20, 4 months. Number 36, I'm going to call it. Sierra Nevada. I'm going to have to skip one here. I'm going to have to skip the next two, I think, guys. Folks. Okay, so let's see. Lots of landscapitos, fishing, surfing, Salmon Creek. Fishing. Rocks. Salmon Creek. That's about it. Okay, so I think there's a 36, 37. I think there's one in between. This one's September 2020, and I think this one is already 2021. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get into these ones later. This is gonna get kind of emotional, these last few here. I don't want to go there right now. So I did 36 journals. I still have like 4 more. I didn't do my earliest journals from before when I was nature journaling, but I mean, look at that. Oh my God. All of these organized now and more searchable, including these 3 up here, more searchable, more organized by topic, and also like a chronological order that I can just pull it out this way. See the number right there on the front, boom, the number on the front. So I know exactly where it needs to go in relationship to the rest. I know the date frame, the chronological frame. So if I remember something by the date, or I just want to look up a specific time, I can do it that way. And then I also have these themes. So this one is mainly study for Tanzania. I can look it up. If I know that there's certain pages in here I want to check out, I know where they are. Super excited about that. Refresh my memory about some of these things that I want to remember, some of these things that I don't want to remember. 5 hours and 4 minutes of organizing journals, and I finally did it. I still have, like I said, there's a couple other types of journals, There's all of these other travel journals and bullet journals that I'm not going to organize right now. But I'm really proud of myself. Thanks to everybody who joined in. There were periods where there's no people watching. I ate a whole brownie and drank some hot chocolate, but otherwise have not had anything to eat this whole time. It looks like Eve is joining in right now, but I'm wrapping up. I finished all of these journals here. I have like 4 more that are uncategorized that I'm not going to get into right now. But thanks to everybody for joining in. It's a special type of show. Never done a 5-hour long live show before. I'm completely exhausted. My throat hurts, and I probably need to go eat some food right now. But thanks for joining in. Just a little inspiration on this rainy day, how you can organize your journals better, and just to give you a little peek and a couple of page flip throughs. This video will probably be available for regular people for like a week or so. And then I might just make it available for Patreon patrons, since there's a lot more like personal stuff in this one, and go through a lot more of my journals. So thank you again, and I will see you I think this Sunday or on Wednesday. Bye.